virtual. Yes, yes.
Give 1 minute. Welcome to Who Does What, and what we're going to try and do is, with this session, is help you find your way through the myriad of climate knowledge platforms in Europe. And we think that this is a big issue because a number of us have been involved in this area for years, and the number of platforms are increasing. So we're going to try and do that through a sampling of what you're going to hear today. And we'll try and show how all these platforms are trying to work better together to provide the enabling environment, but also how they have different audiences as well as different remits. And some of those audiences and remits affect what they have on offer, but also what the audiences that they're trying to really attract. What we have here is a session that goes through to 11 o'clock today. So we have 2 hours, but we're not going to let you sit in those chairs for those 2 hours. We're going to get you up and moving, no aerobics or anything like that, or any other exercise, but we're going to get you moving and talking and really participating in this session. What we've got is that as you can see, the first part here is just really understanding, and so we've got a number of platforms up here, and they're just going to give very short presentations. 5 minutes, 3 or 4 slides, and the idea is to give you a taster of what they're doing and what they offer, and some other insights as to where they're going. The second part is really what we're calling a piazza-like activity. And we're going to have each of the platforms stationed around here, and you can go up and talk to them and get further clarification on maybe what you heard, get a better understanding of what the platforms are offering, and hopefully that'll help you get a really good understanding, prepare you for part 3 and part 4. And part 3 and 4, after we've had that piazza-like activity, get you back into your chairs, and we're going to really try to get your understanding, your viewpoints, your insights into some specific questions in 2 areas. Now, each of these areas we could spend the day talking about, but what we thought we'd do is, again, is to get you thinking about these activities. What we're also going to do is, during the piazza, we'll be handing out Post-it notes. And so as you're sitting there thinking about what's going on and what you've heard, there may be some other questions. There may be some topics that you would really like to talk about. So we're going to ask you to write on that Post-it note those topics, those ideas that come up, those questions that you have, or crucial points that you want to do. And then as you leave the room, there's a Post-it board, not a Post-it board, sorry, a flip chart board at the back. Dab your Post-it note back on there. And then we'll wrap up at 11 o'clock. So that's the schedule for today. So as I said, we wanted to have a little bit of variety in here. We wanted to engage you and keep you active during this 2-hour session. So I hope that you'll find this, will find it interesting, challenge us in terms of some of your thinking, but also challenge us in terms of our thinking. By the way, my name's Roger Street. I've been involved in platforms of this type since, let's just say since the 70s, 1970s that is. So I'm really interested in this and how we get involved in sharing knowledge and exchanging knowledge and engaging users in the development of knowledge so that they can be inspired or informed in terms of taking action. And this is what this is all about. We want to provide them with the information they need, but also inspire them to take action, inform them, support them. And that means we have to engage and bring their knowledge back into the platforms in the development. Okay. We're going to have, as I said, a number of presentations. We've got one presentation online, and that will be coming up soon. But what we have to start out with is we have Karin from Sweden, and she's going to talk about the platform that you've been doing and you've been going. And I'll let you come up and speak here, and you can move things along at your own pace.
Great, thank you, Roger, and good morning. We have, well, my name is Karin Järpe, and I work as an operational manager at the Swedish National Knowledge Center on Climate Change Adaptation, which is situated at the Swedish Meteorological and Hydrological Institute. And we have a platform named klimatanpassning.se. And we have this is a portal collecting links to make the information easily available. And we have several different target groups for this platform. We have the executor, who works actively with climate adaptation within an organization. We have the novice, who wants to learn the basis. The disseminator, who wants facts or arguments that she can forward. We have the spotter, who wants to keep herself on track with the latest news. We have the regulator, who wants information on terms and regulations relevant in the field of adaptation. And we have the theorist, who needs a lot of information on a specific topic. And in order to provide all of these actors with reliable and accessible information, we have involved Swedish authorities. So around 30 national authorities are responsible for the information presented on the site. And the site is run by the National Knowledge Center. This setup has its pros and cons. The most obvious benefit is that we have experts within several different sectors that provides the information needed. And at the same time, we have a stable financing and a daily running and updating of the site made by the Knowledge Center. One disadvantage is that the platform might be seen as a channel for spread the information that the authorities want to disseminate, rather than a platform giving the most possible benefit to the user. When we have one English and one Swedish version of the site, and at the English version you can find information about climate change, impacts on society for different hazards and different sectors, cases with examples on measures that has been implemented, and description of roles and responsibilities. The Swedish version carries a bit more information, and there you can also find tools within different fields and for different target groups. You can find news and also a calendar presenting upcoming events. When this site was set up in 2015, we worked together with a focus groups with representatives from municipalities that discussed the structure. 2 years later, we sent out a questionnaire to around 350 users asking for feedback. And we got answers from about half of them. But having such a broad target group as we have, we actually found the information to be of quite limited use. We have also tried with pop-up surveys, but only received a few responses. So based on these experiences, we are now working with metrics, quite simple statistics. So in order to understand the needs of our user, we, for example, follow keywords used in searches, and we follow most visited pages. And we have also set up goals for the page, for example, that visitors are encouraged to search for more information. We have developed hypotheses on how our target groups act if the goal is fulfilled. In this example, that visitors use more than one page in a single session. We have identified relevant metrics, pages per visit, and targets that we want to have at least on average 2. And we have worked in the same structured way with our other goals. And by doing this, we can continuously follow our users, all our users, in a quite simple way. And we are now planning to arrange deep learning interviews with target groups if we find out that something is not going in the direction that we want. So that was my 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
What we're doing is we're trying to present a number of different platforms here. Some are very mature, such as Corin just talked about. And then what we now have is we're going to ask Susanne to come up and talk about what they're starting out to do in Romania. Susanne.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Sorin Cheval from the National Meteorological Administration, Bucharest, Romania. I'm here with my colleague Vasile Crăciunescu, and my presentation focuses, as Roger mentioned, on a different stage of a platform. We are just finishing this platform. It's the first time we have a climate change adaptation platform in Romania, and this is done within a project coordinated by the Ministry of Environment. But actually, the platform is developed by the Meteorological Service of Romania. And you see on the screen now some of the objectives, the main objectives, the main specific objectives. They are not, I think, not very different than other platforms have. For example, we want to support the decision and policy-making process with this platform by delivering state-of-the-art data. Of course, as national service, we have the monitoring system, the network in Romania, so we can provide, we are the most entitled institution probably to provide such information, both for the present climate and for the future. Then we have developed this platform very much user-oriented. For example, you will see in the next slide that we have done it with the engagement of expert in different sectors. Unhappily, not enough engagement from what we know now from these sectors, but we did it in this way. We provide freely available and accessible data, a database. Then the platform includes an advanced geoportal, so we can you can download maps and data from the platform. You can combine and visualize the data in the platform, the information in the platform. Then we will have a section, you will see a section dedicated to case studies, to lessons learned, not only from Romania, but also from other countries, and with a clear, this is at least our intention, to link very much with other national platforms and with the Climate Adapt platform. These are some examples of the products we are going to provide with this platform. The platform is not officially launched, so you are now here in the situation to see for the first time in the platform in this way. The official launch will be in July. So we provide data, such kind of data maps at different granulometries, of course, national level, regional level, NUTS 3 level, but also very local oriented product. This is the local area unit. So this is really information very much needed in Romania, considering that it includes data up to 2050. We want to do some other granulometries like hydrological basins and so on, but this is not yet done. We have this as an objective. As I mentioned, you can get the information either by downloading maps, but also you have graphs. You can combine data, you can combine indicators, and you can download the raw data used in the platform. We focuses and we have data dedicated to a number of sectors. One of them is agriculture. This is just one example. This is the list of the sectors we address with the platform. So there are 13 sectors very relevant at national level, but also inspired by what it is now in the Climate Adapt platform. And then maybe this is the key message is where we are now. We are now in June 2023, and we have the first national adaptation platform in Romania in place, ready to be launched. It's a comprehensive information there, including multiple key sectors, both social and key economic sectors. It's co-designed, the platform is co-designed, not enough, as I mentioned, and we can discuss about this, about the process of co-design the platform and to do it really oriented to the user needs. It's an open source, user-friendly, and contains state-of-the-art climate data for Romania. But I think the most important, or very important for us at least now, are the challenges. We are aware of these challenges we are facing now. The sustainability of the platform beyond the end of the project is not yet covered. We are aware of this and we are working on this. We want to address some specific needs that are not currently addressed. For example, we have this, it was yesterday the day to look at the Ukrainian crisis, and we have in Romania this problem with spillover effects, including pollution, including the immigrants that put pressure on the urban or local level there. And we want to do more co-development of the platform, including the stakeholders more in depth. To improve the cross-border, again, this is something very important because you see the platform has the limits, the borders, but actually there are problems with the data and with providing information at the cross-border level with the countries around Romania. And then last but not least, we want to develop, to extend the applications to the local level. And I invite you to share your experience with the platforms and to know more about our platform in the Piazza session.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm now going to ask that they bring in our colleague from Poland, Elvina.
Hi.
I hope she's there.
Yes.
Ah,
Can
there
you
she
show
is.
my part of presentation?
Yes. And I'll start you out on the slide, the right one.
Yeah, this next
And
slide.
then hopefully you'll tell them to advance as you go along.
Okay,
Introduce
right.
yourself, Elvina, please.
Thank you. My name is Ewelina Siwiec, and I represent the Institute of Environmental Protection, the National Research Institute, operating under the Ministry of Climate and Environment. And today I would like to introduce you to the Polish platform called Klimada 2.0. At the beginning, it is very important to emphasize that the process of building knowledge on adaptation in Poland has been ongoing for over a decade. We started with the strategic adaptation plan and then shifted our efforts to the local level, where we prepared adaptation plan for cities through projects such as Clean Cities and also 44 urban adaptation plans. And these projects have provided us with expertise and identified knowledge gaps leading to creation of the Klimada platform. Continuous improvement, learning, and problem identification have been crucial in building the Klimada 2.0 platform. Platform aims to provide knowledge about climate change and conduct impacts assessment to enhance the effectiveness and efficiency of adaptation actions. And our main target groups are public administration. We also aim the climate change specialists and academic and also scientific communities. What is important and affect on functioning of the platform, it's founded, and the platform is founded through the operational program Infrastructure and Environment of the European Union. Next slide, please. Okay, and now let's focus on the different target groups and the products created for them within the platform. What is important? That our products are diverse, aiming to cater to various needs and expectations, so that each group can find added value and utilize our tools according to the requirements. For example, we have other products for scientists and local authorities, other for government and local authorities, also for teachers and students. We develop ready-to-use lesson plans, educational videos, and e-learning courses. Also, some products are aimed to general public. We have prepared informative materials under the Timmy, what can you do? And furthermore, for specific professional and administrative groups, we have established the Center for Legal and Climate Studies. Next slide, please. On the last slide, I would like to present the strengths of Klimada 2.0 platform and the challenges associated with development on the platform. In my opinion, the key to successful all such platforms lies in transforming scientific knowledge and data resources into engaging and user-friendly formats. This can include interactive maps, enriching reports and publication with real examples and photographs and exploring interesting international solutions that can serve as inspiration and sources of good practice. And what challenges await us in relation to climate adaptation? One of the challenges is the need for horizontal thinking about adaptation. We have different sectors and different levels of administration, and it will be one challenge to deal with this idea. Second, it will be monitoring of adaptation measures. And also, additionally, the proposed law introducing the obligation to development urban adaptation plans for cities with a population over 20,000 poses another challenges. So those are three main challenges for our Klimada platform. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask Efren to come up and talk to us about the ESPON. And Michael's going to join you partway through, I assume?
Martin, yes.
Martin, sorry. Martin, apologies. You going to come up at the same time? Or?
Yeah.
Martin?
You can join
Please.
already. Thank
Sorry
you.
about that.
We need the presentation.
Yep.
Oh, yes. Thank you. So, well, ESPON is a European program funded by the ERDF, and since 20 years have been working on issues related to territorial development and cohesion policy, trying to provide knowledge for evidence-based or evidence-informed decision-making, which has been a kind of important claim since 20 years. In the framework of this program, Tecnalia has been participating with different thematic spheres, land use change, green infrastructures, economic impact of natural hazards, and also this ESPON climate update. Quite quick, well, what we've, ESPON has EU27 plus 5 countries coverage, and in this case, ESPON climate has been developed at the NAT3 scale. It was important to go through a methodology update because the previous ESPON climate, which has been widely used by European regions and some countries, was following R4, and therefore this update aligning with the current IPCC risk component has been important. There you have an analogy of previous data, because one important thing was aligning the previous data of ESPON climate with ESPON Titan, but also importantly with current data sources, Risk Data Hub, European Climate Data Explorer from C3S, and well, an important part of this work has been that data alignment in order to have coherent results. I'm not going to enter into the methodology, data aggregation, normalization, but well, just to mention that risk values, vulnerability and risk values are related to the sample of analysis. Okay, what we had is 8 impact chains, different impact chains, and 8 scenarios for each of the impact chains, taking into account different RCPs, as you can see on screen, and also well, calculated with absolute and relative values of exposure. Well, the output is that you have a number of data sets related to those impact chains and the different scenarios calculated. And well, in the end, this is the aggregated result, in which you can see from the baseline scenario and the high emission scenarios that there is a generalized risk, climate-related risk increase in Europe, but with also a clear pattern in the Mediterranean, Eastern Europe, and the Atlantic. When you look at the specific impact chains, that territorial pattern is different, and therefore temperature or water has a different territorial pattern in relation to flooding, for example. It is important the effort done in the methodology alignment, the data coherence, and therefore using data from the IRC, from the C3S and the EA. I think that and in relation to previous presentations, it's important to take into account the complementarity with national or regional data portals, because there are also regional data portals. It is important to take into account that this is a first screening that could inform the need of detailed analysis in specific regions and specific climate-related hazards. And Martin, please, in relation to the data portal.
Thank you very much, Efren. As you heard, ESPON engages in a myriad of activities, not only climate change, but climate change is one of our big focuses. At least 20% of our resources and effort moving forward will be also dedicated to research related to climate change. Since we produce a wealth of information and knowledge, we have developed a data and knowledge platform where you can download all the data and also access the maps and different tools that we have been developing. And we are moving more and more towards providing more interactive content. So much of the maps that were produced also within the climate project have been made available through the portal, and we are working on many other visualization exercises, dashboards at the moment to make this content more easy to access, because the team really worked hard and produced over 100 maps, and these types of portals are always a good opportunity to consolidate the information and ensure this interaction that is necessary to navigate through this very broad and complex information. You will find the links to access. I don't see them, but here. So you'll find the links to access this content on the slide, and also in the Piazza session following this presentation.
I could call the attention very quick on two things: the potential combination with data related to other policies, IT penetration or digitalization, energy poverty, which is available at the ESPON portal, and therefore the potential combination of data related with climate vulnerability and risk with other policies, and in this case the importance of informing one of the key policies for climate change adaptation, as it is spatial planning and territorial development.
Thank you.
Please.
Thank you, Martin. Kathy is going to talk to us about Climate Adapt.
Hi everyone, my name is Kati Matern. I'm one of the managers of Climate Adapt, the European Climate Adaptation Platform, which some of you may know, to some it may be new. That's why I have a very brief overview. I'm very pleased to be here, I have to say, because we started those sessions in 2015 at one of the ECCAs in Copenhagen, involving some colleagues, and it's interesting to see that 8 years later we have many more platforms and many more data providers that we could link to. A brief overview on Climate Adapt. I make it very short because we are already over the time. Climate Adapt has a mandate to build and share the European knowledge base for adaptation. It's jointly managed with the European Commission and the European Environment Agency. And we, according to this mandate, we have 5 clear objectives that we have to follow. And we are providing knowledge for all steps of the adaptation policy cycle. And in order to better support our users, we started to present our platform in multi-language sections. We have already set up the automatic translation for German, Spanish, French, Italian, and Polish, and we hope to continue with the remaining ones once we have stabilized the application of those languages. We have a wide and growing outreach. We have currently around 10,000 weekly visits and 16,500 page views per week. Why do we need a European platform? We have seen 3 national platforms from Sweden, Romania, and Poland. And I have here more examples from the Nordic countries. But I have on the right side placed a map made by the German Environment Agency about city twins. You can see here the city of Hamburg at the moment having a maritime climate which is moderate, and in 2070 to 2100 Hamburg will have the same climate than a city in southern France. So it's really worth to think about now what to do to be well prepared, and in order to do so, users can already use the pooled knowledge on Climate Adapt, look at what others are doing. We have case studies, and no one needs to start from scratch. We can really benefit from each other's experiences and knowledge to have an early preparedness. I said that Climate Adapt is preparing knowledge for all steps of the adaptation policy cycle. I don't go into detail. I only want to explain that from preparing the ground to putting up, identifying adaptation objectives and understanding the risks. We have tools and guidance and data. We are providing the European Climate Data Explorer to translate the terabytes of data from Copernicus Climate Change Service into kilobytes usable for practical applications. We are providing catalogs of adaptation options that you can look at and prioritize for your needs. We have knowledge for key vulnerable sectors, such as forestry, health, and and we start also now to populate further ones that are really very relevant in the EU adaptation policies. We have also a structured overview on what other countries are doing in our country profiles. So one might look and want to know how other countries are doing and can use those country profiles. And when you think about implementing adaptation, we have inspiring examples of implemented adaptation options. We are also now starting to develop governance case studies. And last but not least, we also provide guidance and tools for monitoring, reporting, and evaluation. And when you want to know what's happening at European level and in the member states, please check out our news and events and newsletter. Oh, sorry. That was all. Thank you for listening. And sorry, one slide is missing. That's why I missed that. I want to highlight the link to ESPON. Our colleagues asked me also not only to make the link to the national adaptation platforms, but also to the data that are available, because Climate Adapt is an entry point into various data sources. I mentioned the European Climate Data Explorer, and we also make the link to the risk data of JRC and the ESPON data. And we have the Mission on Adaptation platform that was launched in April, which is a sub-platform of Climate Adapt. And there we have an adaptation dashboard where the mission beneficiaries can find data to work, to develop their adaptation plans and strategies. And there we also plan to make the ESPON and JRC data available. Thank you.
Well, I hope you've enjoyed that opportunity to get a slight teaser for the platforms that we've invited here. And as this is, we've had similar sessions at other ECCAs, and we've had other platforms. But we're trying to make sure that there's the broad understanding of the platforms that are available, but also that what that means in terms of of trying to figure out which one should I be going to and what should I be accessing. But what we're going to do now is a piazza-like activity. That means getting you out of those chairs and getting blood flowing in parts of your legs that maybe have gone to sleep. And I'm going to ask, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask Corin, would you mind taking over here at this location? I'll get Soren to be in the middle. We'll get, and his colleague, Vasila. And then Efren and Martin at the far side. And then Kati is going to be over at the far table here, but she's also going to bring in her colleague from Poland. So what I'm going to ask you to do is to go to those locations, ask questions, look at, I think all of them have access to their portals, those that are available, and you can look at various parts of it too. So please get up and visit each or maybe just the one or two that you wanted to. So I encourage you to do that now. We'll get together again. We've got about 25 minutes for this before we go into the next session. So please join in and come up here and have discussions. Give them another 5. Okay. Can I ask you to go back to your seats, please, so we can start the next part of this session? And if I could ask the people to come back up on the stage who were with us before. Now, I hope during this session that we just finished, or part, I should say, of this session that we just finished, I hope you were able to get a Post-it note. And you're trying to figure out, what am I supposed to do with this note? And I mentioned it at the start of the meeting. And the idea of that is that this note is for you to take notes of additional questions, additional topics that we aren't going to have a chance to talk here about during this session, that you think need to be made, or crucial points that you would like to make related to these platforms, these knowledge platforms. They're often called intelligence platforms or portals as well. Depends on which country you're in. But if there's anything you would like to see further addressed, put it on that Post-it note. And as you leave the room, there's a flip chart board at the back there. Put Post-it note up on there. That would be very helpful. These are ongoing discussions. Platforms are being developed. I know I've worked with Joyce from Taiwan, for example. We worked with them and pulled together platforms across the world and sharing ideas, experiences, innovations that are underway in those platforms about different aspects, anywhere from governance and financing all the way to content and engagement with their constituencies and trying to monitor and evaluate. So all of those things we've been discussing. But we want to continue this discussion because by doing that, we can better stimulate, support, and promote action. And one of the biggest things we found out from those dialogues was the willingness of people to share across the platforms what they were doing and why they were doing it, the difficulties they were having, and learning from each other. So it's very useful. So take those notes and anything that comes up. What we're going to do now in this next 30 minutes is that we're going to try and understand users' and providers' needs and approaches to the provision of information and data to meet those needs. So we're really trying to understand that. We're not going to sit here and give more presentations. I can tell you that right now. We're looking to you to provide your insights, your ideas. So don't expect more presentations. The panel's here to really try and inspire you to respond and contribute to this discussion. And we're really going to try and look at the, seek your views and information you have on the effectiveness of the content and the means that have been used to engage users in developing that content, or even, as we've called it after ECCA 2021, COEX, co-design, co-evaluate, co-production, I always get them wrong, co-production, co-development, co-evaluation, and co-engineering of the session. And it's called in other literature, it's called COEX. But it's also looking at the effectiveness of the platforms and portals for improving and stimulating evidence-based decision-making. So those are what we're really interested in. And to help you in doing this, whoops, pushed the wrong button. To help you doing this, we've got some ideas. And what we're going to do is I'm going to ask you to speak to the people around you, to get some thoughts and ideas around some of these questions. And we're going to start with the first two. How can platforms ensure that the intended audience understands which kind of knowledge and solutions can be found where? What can they be doing to help you, or you as a user or whatever, to find out what can be found where? And especially considering, like in Europe now, we started out with 3, 4, 5, I can remember them, and we're now up to at least 25 that I'm aware of platforms just in Europe. and more are wanting to be developed. And then also talk about, in that 5 minutes, with your neighbor or neighbors, what are your perspectives on the challenges and opportunities for engagement of users in that COEX, design, development, and updating of platforms. Okay? So I'm going to give you about 5 minutes. So talk to your neighbor. Get a group of people and start talking. Don't talk to the person that only the person that you came here with, but look at other people and just get together and have that discussion. So we'll let you go to it. Okay, can I bring you back together? And I hope you found those conversations very fruitful. And I promised someone last night, but I don't know whether I can keep my promise. People that know me know that I point to people and ask them what they discussed and what they came up with. People that know me. It scares some people, and you could just say no. If you can just tell me, if you say, no, I don't want to add anything at this time, that's fine. But I will go to, if I don't see any volunteers, I will go to you and just hopefully get some response. As I said, we're not here to talk. We're here to maybe, if you have something, someone could add something, but I don't want to hear us talking as much. I want to hear you talking. I've got a roving mic. Does anyone want to volunteer to start out and say what you discussed in these issues? I can see better without my glasses. There's a group over, yeah, okay.
So we were a group of not experts in data platforms, and we discussed at the beginning that we don't know the existence of 25, and if you are not sure if still 25 yourself, then probably most of the prospective audience will not know that the platforms exist. And an idea we brought in was that we need to disseminate the knowledge of the existence of the platforms and what data or services they provide. We need to burst the academic bubble. We need to go out and inform other actors, other users, using formats and venues that they use. So informing in academic conferences will not bring the information to any local authority or regional manager or whatever. And we discussed then the, let's say, the federation of data that maybe Climate Adapt could take up. We saw so many examples of national platforms and data that exist in very fine level, which cannot be found if you're not Polish. You don't know that the Polish data are there, and you probably are not able to use them also because the platform is in Polish, most of it. So the idea of federating data at the level of Climate Adapt, but then you need standardization of metadata and ontologies and so on that needs to be worked upon. What else did we discuss? We discussed about open licenses, so such federation or such further uses of data can be done by other people and not have bottlenecks at the level of Climate Adapt and its resources, so to say, for what can be done with the data. What else did we discuss? That's it, yeah.
What country are you from?
I'm from Austria, and we had people from Italy and Belgium in the group.
Are you aware of whether there's a national platform in your country?
Can I not say that on the microphone? Because I'm the national contact point. I should know, but I don't.
I'm just curious whether you are. I know there is in Belgium, and I've been working on ones with people in Belgium.
There is no, at the moment, there is no platform. Sorry. No.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Yeah, okay. So if I understood correctly, you talked about local information on Climate Adapt. Is this correct? Yeah. National, regional. So I think Climate Adapt plays a role when a country does not yet have a national adaptation platform. So this was in the past. We were, with our country profiles, we provided an overview on what's going on in the country, what kind of analysis they have in terms of risk assessment and in terms of action. So we provided support. So the country profiles are there. But once a country has a national adaptation platform, it is much better that this information is displayed in more detail and more targeted to the national audiences than what Climate Adapt can do. We are only complementing what countries are doing, we are not duplicating it. So I think the national platforms would always be the first point to start, and then When it comes to transnational problems or others, we can provide the European context or information for platforms, for countries which do not yet have a national adaptation platform.
An example of that would be if we looked at what Romania was talking about, what they were, If we looked at what Romania was talking about, for example, the level of detail that they went down to would not be on Climate Adapt, and you wouldn't expect to find it there. So if you want to go down to that level, you have to go over that. And ESPON, you go down to the NUTS 3? NUTS 3 level, and if that's sufficient, that's great. But sometimes you want to go even more detailed. And so that's where you try to look at that. But it's knowledge that the platform exists is really important, And so that, you know, it's the intended audience understands. And I'm just curious if anyone else thought about this question in any more detail. Over here. You realize these people that are putting their hands up are preventing me from going to people at the back of the room and everywhere else too. I'm having trouble. The acoustics is not very good.
Hi, I'm Kirsten from Forest Research in the UK. We were talking about the importance of partnership working, about branding, about the importance of collaborating to get as many links as possible to the platform, to help with promotion within our sector, but also to help with SEO as well. And then linked to that, we were then talking about the importance of AI and whether AI would actually become a threat in the future to the future of the platforms. And our discussion was really about how AI can be utilized to optimize our content and create personalized content moving forward, which would hopefully really engage a user to your platform because it could deliver tailored, personalized information to you. Most platforms will have myriad users with different needs and different requirements for information, and potentially by using AI, you could use that for creating dynamic searches, so results would be returned that would be tailored to that individual user.
Okay. Is anybody looking into the potential of AI?
We have not yet started to look at it, but at the level of the European Environment Agency, we are just starting to think about across all environment topics how this can be used, but not specifically yet on Climate Adapt. We have at the moment so many practical problems that we are waiting to see the results at the EA level.
In some cases, not specifically at the ESPON climate analysis, but for generating non-climate scenarios, for example, land use, because most of the data and information available is trying to climate-proof our current system with those climate projections. But for example, we are not incorporating population trends or land use change scenarios. And in our case, not in ESPON Climate, but we've used AI to generate land use changes scenarios.
Mm-hmm. If I understood one of the points that you were getting at was the use of AI to help with searching where is the right place to go as well, to find the information. Did I misunderstand you?
Yeah, we were talking from the perspective of once a user is actually on a platform, so to facilitate tagging of content and then be able to search according to your profile that you would create on a website to return that information, rather than making a user find the information they want on the website.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting idea, because I think when we heard from Kati, but as well as the others, is that one of the interesting points is that they see their role in doing various things, but that's from their view, and it's ensuring that people can go and find the information. It may be the right places to go to ESPON as a start, but and as Kati was saying, is that the expectation is that you would go to a national platform if it exists. Not everybody knows it exists. You know, I can remember, wasn't there that the floods in Germany where there was, you know, people were saying, we wish we had the information. Well, the information existed, but just, and what was really scary was a couple scientists were even saying, we wish you had the information, and it existed. So it's getting, you know, I think that, you know, knowing, having that search function and being able to access this, I think would help people.
I'd say and signposting as well. So on our platform, we make sure that we signpost not just within internal pages within our platform, but to external relevant sites as well. So we have a further resources section on every single page, for example.
Yes, thank you. I just realized if I lean over this way, I can hear you better because the speaker's right there. Anyways, is there another question? Who wants to prevent me from, there's one over the, good. I don't like to point people out, but I will do it. We've got about another 8 minutes on this topic, and then we'll switch to the next one.
No, I mean, I'm Maria Susanne from the VAS Center for Climate Change. I mean, I think the first question I put to myself is for what the platforms are. And what are the basic needs of the users? And the basic needs of the users usually are data, and means to integrate those data into something that gives them solutions, right? That's for me a core function of a platform. The platforms we have now, mostly they are providing not data itself, but rather examples of solutions. So it's meta information, let's say. So it's very difficult to search because then it's very difficult to see how apply to myself, right? So I think what we are trying to look for, I guess, is a combination of what the users need, which is data and means to integrate this data into tools that they can tailor to themselves, but yet is consistent across other means and tools, and examples that can help them to illustrate what they may get out of this, right? So that's for me the real mean of a platform. And we have now pieces of that, but we don't have a complete way to see what is the ideal constellation that we need, right? So I think that's for me the problem. And the bigger problem we have now is that everyone is searching into the platforms, but even they are not consistent ontologically. So you may look for one concept, which means several things in many platforms, even several things in one single platform. So, I mean, I'm not saying I have the solution, but at least I think we have to put the real problem in the table. And for me, this is the real problem at the moment. As some of you may know, the UN is seeing this problem as well. And because this is not a problem of adaptation alone, it's a problem of anything you want to do with data at the moment, right? So we have, and it's not that we need a specific, or we need to collect too many specific data on adaptation. We already have data which are collected worldwide, nationally, subnationally, that we will use for adaptation purposes. So I think talking within the adaptation community alone is also a mistake, because we need to talk to the wider community that is collecting data for management of resources and so on and so on. So, I mean, so I don't have the solution, but at least I hope I put the problem more widely.
Comment? We have something, do you want to, yeah? Is that a comment on this, or?
Maria Jose, thanks. I disagree. I don't think that people look for data. They look for knowledge. And I don't think it's the same. Some people look for data, scientists maybe, but other people, the regions, they will not look for the data only. So I think that's important that they, yeah. Okay, yeah, good. One of my issues is with the many national platforms. I mentioned it to the Romanians before, when you have an issue with the transnational things. So, I mean, the indicators on the national platforms, they are very different. So when you live in a cross-border area, what do you do? I mean, for example, with the floods in Germany, it also affected Belgium. I'm pretty sure that the floods data or whatever which was there, they were not consistent. So, how do you manage this? The drought indicators, they are 100 or 150 across Europe. We have the JRC and the agency, they are using European data, but then when you go to the national platforms, then you have the myriad there also of that information. And I think that we have a problem with it, and we have to find a way also how to organize this more structured. And I mean, one of my requests would be, I mean, I don't think anybody from RTD is in the room, but maybe the European Commission shouldn't provide more money to new platforms being set up and to provide money to strengthen the cooperation between the existing platforms.
I actually firmly support this money for, engaging and working together the platforms. I think the IONET is doing a really good job in doing some of that, but I think those that know me and know what I've been doing is that I've been pushing this for 30 or 40 years now to try and get this engagement between platforms. And we did get some money from the Commission, and I thank them very much for it, to where we ran something called KE4, CAP, Knowledge Exchange for Climate Adaptation Platforms. And we ran that for a couple of years, and we pulled together the platforms, right, not all of them, but right across the world. And there's people in this room that I know that were involved in that. And we learned a lot together. And we learned what each other were doing. We learned the challenges that each other were facing and some of the ways that they tried to solve some of those. And not only, it was also about content and technology and those types of things. And it was really useful to have those discussions. We did it during COVID, which allowed us to do it a lot differently, and I think in a lot of cases much better. So, but getting funding for that is the most difficult thing to do. Kathy, you had something to say, and Efren after that.
I think, if I understood correctly, you talk more about the standardization of data and indicators than of the collaboration of platforms, right? Yeah, because I think, for example, on Climate Adapt, we try to support standardization to provide a European reference. And in the national adaptation reporting, you find in the country profiles, we have already started to organize information in a standardized way. We have, for example, key types of measures that the countries can use to report on their activities. So this is one thing, to standardize the actions. Standardizing the indicators for on climate change or climate change impacts or risks or hazards. It's not an easy task, and we know that the lack of standardization exists in many environmental topics, and yeah, I think we can only try to move forward in this direction. Thanks.
I was going to go in the same direction. And the example of ESPON Climate, an important part of the resources was sitting together with JRC and with the EEA in order to agree about which data to use to have a standardized approach towards the type of variables, indicators, and that is necessary. I would also call for a coordination in methodology harmonization, because vulnerability assessment, which is not raw climate data or climate variables or climate impact indicators, is another thing which can be developed in many different ways. And that need of methodological harmonization is necessary, definitely. And I would, a last comment to call the attention, there are also regional platforms with geoportals at regional level providing climate information, vulnerability and risk information at regional level. So the number of scales and potential data resolution is quite varied. One of the important things that also in the framework of Copernicus and the C3S, the Climate Change Service, we've been doing is trying to present to the end users what are the differences between the data available at different scales, regional, national, in the case of Spain, for example, and European data, and what is the potential complementarity between the different sources, because there is complementarity in terms of resolution, in terms of certain variables which are only available at European level, and we should try to advance, and this is the same comment we had yesterday in another session, in clarifying what is the landscape of data availability in order to understand that complementarity and why opting for one or another for different typified use cases, for example, and working first on that clarification of the landscape, so mapping what is available, why opting for one thing or another, and perhaps advancing in that knowledge and adaptation application, generating use archetypes, regions with similar challenges and which data and, to use in order to advance in adaptation, which in the end is the final objective.
Okay. There's these other two questions, which I'm not going to address now because I want to move on to the next set of questions. But if there's specific ideas that you have on those latter questions, such as what do you understand is the value of feedback from users to those that are providing the information? And the other one is, any further thoughts on challenges or innovations you can think of in terms of matching what is on offer with users' knowledge and data needs. So any points you have on that, you can add to your post-it note. I'm now going to move on to the second set for the last half hour here. And it's really creating, what we want to do in this one is understanding and getting your views on creating impact for adaptation via knowledge exchange and capacity building. You'll often hear me talk about these as web-based platforms. They're not only online platforms. They're web-based, which means there is capacity building and knowledge exchange going on in various formats. But what we really want to discuss here is what should be the measure to identify that impact. What should we be measuring? I often I get frustrated by only measuring bums on seats. What good's that? What's that telling you? It tells you something, but you need to go and understand why and stuff like that. So what could we be measuring? And how often should platforms and portals be consulting if they are having the intended impact? So that's the type of thing I'm after here. How often should we be doing that? The platforms be doing that, and what should they be measuring? So specific questions, and again, I'm going to ask you, whoops, I almost did it again, going to the wrong one, is some guiding questions. I'm going to ask you, take your group again, or you can move, and because you didn't like that group. No. You could move if you wish, but in your group, what are the measures? And I threw some examples in here just to inspire you, but you can ignore them if you wish, should be used to evaluate the impact and benefits of a platform. What do you can think about this as a user, as a policymaker, or whatever your position is, but think about that. And then what can we do about enhancing those impacts or benefits? So talk about those. I'll leave that last question there for your further consideration, but I'll give you 5 minutes now to go through and have that discussion again. Measures, what are the measures, and what means can we then enhance those impacts? Thank you. Okay. Can I bring you back to, and hopefully you've had an interesting discussion. This is a very difficult question to get some answers on. But it's interesting when you pull people together from different areas that are doing this type of monitoring or measuring value or effectiveness. You get some really interesting ideas. So that's why we put it forward. And there have been discussions along this lines in some other sessions during this meeting. And hopefully you'll be able to bring some of that thinking if you participated in those to this. So, we've got the roving mic again, and you're looking for some of your colleagues here to prevent me from pointing to you. But if you have an interesting input here, I would really appreciate it to start us out. There's one here. Thank you. I have to lean over here to hear the speaker.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, thank you. So I'm Esther Hoffmann from the Institute for Ecological Economy Research in Germany. And I discussed with my colleague, whose name, Christina. And while we thought that measuring the success or the benefits that would mean to measure if the platform really helped decision makers to get better decision, or if it really influenced, for instance, municipal adaptation plans or choosing of adaptation measures. But then we saw that that would be very difficult to find out or to measure. And one idea was to maybe ask people for telling like success stories or case studies to tell how they used this information and how it helped them to get to better decisions. But then we discussed, well, that would be extra work for the users of the platform, and we thought if there could be any incentives for them to provide this kind of information or feedback. And there we, well, we ended up in our discussion. Yeah, so it's the question how to get useful feedback from users and what is their interest in providing feedback. And there we thought if they find the platform really helpful or if the platform really supported them in some things, then they might be interested in giving feedback, because then they have the interest that the platform continually exists and is improved. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I have another over here. You know, one of the big issues is attribution. You know, if you have a bunch of plans coming forward, can you attribute it to the fact that it's the results of the platform? And but you know, it's an interesting point, is trying to understand how you do this. Yes, sorry. I have to listen to the speaker. I'm not ignoring you.
So this is, I'm Kate from the Stockholm Environment Institute in the Oxford Centre, and we have a platform called We Adapt, which is a global adaptation platform, which has been running for about 20 years. And it's kind of a response to your question. We have recently conducted user interviews. So we did interviews with people who use the platform and produced a map of the range of ways they're kind of being impacted by the platform. So whether that's raising awareness, how it's informing policies and government plans, or even inspiring them to set up their own training courses or other platforms, which we have on the website, so you can explore that. But yeah, it's very resource intensive. I don't know how you would do that over a sustained period of time. But the incentive we provided for people kind of giving their feedback was we offered training. So a group session on how to use the platform effectively to meet their needs. And if they had any questions, we'd answer that. Or if they had content that they wanted to kind of increase the visibility of, we would host that on our platform and show them how to share their knowledge if they might not have a platform to do that already. So that was a really big incentive, and people were really interested in that and how to use platforms more effectively for their work. So that's just an insight from We Adapt's perspective.
Okay. Any feedback? No? Okay, this is where I start pointing. I saw over here on this side a lot of discussion going on, and I don't know who's willing to speak on behalf of this group here, but there was a lot of discussion, very heated, and I don't know if it was, hopefully it was on this subject.
Yes, we actually had quite a lot of discussion in regarding to our platform and what should we do, but then also on how do we evaluate the impact. And then one of the things that our friends from Sweden was talking about that they are trying to, we kind of understand the fact that a lot of our users are really tired of interviews and surveys and questionnaires, and really sometimes we really do get a lot of very low feedback rate on that. So one of the things that, for example, we shared in Taiwan, our project, what we does is that we are completely supporting of complete open access. However, in a way that for us to ensure that we actually know who our users are, we kind of like ask them to set up a quick account for us to like know who they are, their email address, and also just the project that they are working in, so that whenever they apply for like data, we kind of know that what those data are used for. And every year we go back and then check with them, see what they are how they are using it, and then also at the same time what type of data they wish to see on our platform and what kind of information do they need. And on top of that, we also we kind of like every day actually, we've been tracking on any of the media actually like source us, like put us on there as their reference from one of the information, the news piece that they wrote, to see that, for example, how many exposure that you are getting on the media. If you actually see more of people quoting you, then basically you can see that more people are actually acknowledging the professionalism of your, or at least the material that is provided on your website. So I think that was quite some of the things that we use to track our credibility in a way for the audience and for our target audience. But also at the same time, I think also that's one of the questions I want to put on the stage as well, to see how you can strike a balance between open access and knowing your audience, like, because that was one of the dilemma that we are facing in Taiwan.
Comments? Registration is a hot topic among the platforms. Some say it automatically creates a barrier. Some say it's the best way to do, as Joyce was saying there, about understanding your users and being able to understand their needs, etc. But just comments from anyone? Kathy?
Yes,
Sorry.
thank you. I think it's an interesting question. Open access versus registered users. We don't register our users on Climate Adapt, we register our providers. So to remain a trusted source of information, we always want to know who is submitting information to us. So that's a good point, but so far we have not used those registrations to make any analysis. What we have done, for example, is an evaluation of Climate Adapt in 2017 using web statistics analysis as a broad a basis to evaluate the use of our platform with quantitative data. A second level was a survey we have done with 21 questions, and we got feedback from 300 people, and that was very interesting because we asked them, for which processes have you used Climate Adapt? And that was really interesting. We learned some processes we were not aware of. For example, they used Climate Adapt to provide funding proposals, to develop funding proposals. This was actually good news for us because that says that they use EU-level information to make good proposals. So that was a surprise to us. So that was really useful to learn in which processes our knowledge was used. And the third level on top of the survey was that we did interviews to collect those success stories, and they are available on Climate Adapt. So this three-level evaluation approach was quite useful to do. Thanks.
Corin, are you doing anything in registration, open access, all that?
No,
I
we
didn't
are
think
not,
so.
no.
Yeah.
And I think that, as I understood you when we talked before, you would also get, when you registered as a certain kind of person, you would also get a certain kind of information. And then there is something good in it for the user as well. But then it takes a lot of time to identify what that kind of user needs and how you should not lose the information that they might find useful. So no, we don't register. No.
Okay. Yes, thank you, Efron or Martin.
Just maybe a comment. I think it's really vital to do these iterative cycles when you run a service, but I think also it's important to consider some specific good service standards that are in place in many countries now, or in some cities, what a digital service should consider when you are developing it in terms of technical specifications. How do you engage users? So also to start with a clear framework, how you develop it and how you also improve it and ensure the user experience.
Okay. I know, Evelina, you're still with us, are you not? Are you, Evelina?
Yeah, I am.
Do you have any comment
yes,
on this? I haven't forgotten about you. I was expecting you just to speak up. You got a point.
Yeah. One comment from me that we should appreciating the power of social media. It seems to me, because social media give us possibility to cooperate, to get feedback for users. So maybe this is the way to get more information about users and about our tools. Yeah.
Okay. I have something here.
My name is Jan Willem Anker. I also work, I'm involved in climate stories, but also in the Dutch knowledge portal. And I understand a lot about what Kati just said. So we don't do a registration either, but we try to, by interviews, by web statistics, and we also have a user group. So a yearly user group to get feedback on what people want, or are they happy, satisfied, or not. Takes a lot of effort to keep people involved. So there are not so many people every year. So on a yearly basis. So not every year the user group is this big. You can get in contact with people by approaching them, because we have a newsletter. So people who are interested in receiving the newsletter might also be interested in providing their ideas about how the portal is working for them. Yeah. So, but it's interesting to hear about this registration. We haven't thought about that yet. So, thank you.
It's interesting, and you look at that, and you know, this second question that I sort of left hanging there is what means of enhancing these, what are the means? And it's a lot deals with, for example, we heard what Joyce was talking about there in terms of, you know, working with the individual users, et cetera, with the newsletter and the user groups. And I think that the means of enhancing is really not only doing something with that feedback, but demonstrating. I'm watching the time, by the way. Keep looking up because our time's getting short here. And that's why I'm saying something that I would hope. I don't see anybody's hands up, so I thought I'd just use this. But it's really understanding, and it's getting that feedback, doing something with it, but also the key thing is demonstrating that you've done something with that feedback. And I think that's a key point. If you're looking at responses and feedback from users, you need to be able to demonstrate that you've done something with this, or the next time you go out, no one does anything, or you'll have trouble getting the user group. I have two comments, one from Soren and one from Efren there. Soren?
You mentioned about the demonstrating and what we're going to do with the platform. We will launch the platform in July and August, and this will be done through about 10 events, events organized locally. So we will go, a group of us will go locally and demonstrate the platform with the local stakeholders in different regions of the country. So we bring the platform to the user besides just doing in social media and other things like this.
Okay. Efren, you had a point?
My point was, highlighting that you're going to reach impact whenever there is a community behind. And in the case of Climate Adapt, you have member states participating in AUNET, feeding back how is that working. In the case of the Netherlands, you were mentioning a user group. Other examples could be Basque Country, where I come from in Spain, where you have specific task forces from the Regional Association of Municipalities working around their challenges, data needs, and that network of municipalities is driving the data development or the information available through geoportals at regional level. So my point is, whenever there is a community and there is interaction with that community, you will be able to steer and to generate impact. And I think that goes beyond a questionnaire or social networks, is real interaction with task forces, working groups, or whatever.
Okay. Does anyone have another point they want to raise? I'm not going to go out because time's too short. But if you had a point, I'd like to hear from you. But I'm not going to point to anyone in particular. One of the things that I found quite useful, and some of the platforms are using this, is it's the user group idea. But what they're doing is they're going to the professional associations within in the nation or broader. And I found that quite useful, is that going out to those professionals, because what you do is you're engaging them. And I once had a discussion with a DGRTD representative, and his belief is that we didn't need to bring them to us. We needed to go to them and be part of their discussions. And you're doing that if you're doing it with a particular sector. But the professional group, like the water managers, the engineers and stuff like that, these are the people that you want to get on, the accountants. They all have professional groups, associations that work at least at the national level. And it's also getting feedback from them, I think, is really important. Okay? Does anyone have anything? Okay, I really want to see something on those Post-it notes. I carried those Post-it notes all the way from my office, and I really don't want to see them not being used. So if you don't use them, I'll be looking for you throughout the meeting here and just saying, what are you doing? How come you didn't use those? Anyways, I'll ask Kati now to close this off. And thank you for all your discussions. I hope you found them interesting.
Thank you, Roger. Thanks for being here with us and doing this session together to learn more how to work with adaptation knowledge platforms. So we take a lot of valuable feedback home with us. And summarizing a little bit what we have discussed is we had two parts where we talked about how can we make sure that we fulfill user needs with our content. And the last one was to talk about how to measure impact. And a very small summary about the efficiency and the user needs. We talked about how to find national platforms in cooperation with EU platforms. We quickly switched to the use of artificial intelligence, which surprised me that this comes up here. How to use this to communicate better between platforms, maybe to use this for tagging of content to link our platforms better together, also in terms of getting access to data more easily. We talked about data needs, what is needed by users, success stories, and to integrate data into solutions. And I think that's mostly what I have noted down for the first part. One last point was to further improve the standardization of data with our platforms to enable communicating better and aggregate between different levels of adaptation knowledge. And for the last topic on measuring the success of platforms and the progress, we mentioned different means of capturing feedback, such as web statistics or surveys or the highest need was put on talking to users directly via user groups or via capturing feedback in webinars or others. So this is a very important thing to do, to talk to users and providers. And this was also confirmed by our colleagues which are new in establishing the platforms like Surin, that they really aim to go to where the users are, to the local level. I think this is the biggest, the best mean to learn what they need. I think that's it from my side. I would like to thank you very much, and I guess that Roger will, I don't know how you make this lessons learned available from this session, but it will go into the overall closing lessons learned for the ECCA, or?
Like all the sessions that have taken place here in the plenary, this has been recorded and is available on YouTube, I believe. It'll be available on YouTube. So you'll get a chance to go through and listen to your conversations again, maybe even, but also see the presentations and maybe focus in on some of this and some of the results that came on that. I think we'll have to look at the part that will be really interesting, and I'm putting pressure on you again, is to see what you put in your Post-it notes. So I really want to see those. I know I was at one meeting where a gentleman ran this, and what he did is he stood at the door and you couldn't get out until you put your Post-it note up. I'm not going to do that, by the way, but I would really like to see those Post-it notes. And when we see things coming out of that, we will try and pull them together and make sure that that's available to you as well. Okay?
Thank you very much. We are already over the time, but I would like to thank our colleagues from the technology, so to cope with all the challenges, in particular to Andy helping us here. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you. I write on chat, thank you for you.
Good morning, everyone. I think we are at 11:32, so we'll start this next session. Welcome to Adaptation Decision-Making. This is a session with some presenters in the room, and we'll also have an online presentation from our colleague in Germany. My name's Anna-Marta Bergsing. I work for Climate Exchange, which is a centre of expertise for the Scottish Government, and I'm going to chair this session on adaptation decision-making. I think what we're going to do in the next hour and a half or so is really to go to the heart of the question that, or the challenge, I suppose, that John Bell set us yesterday, which was how do we get all of this science to community decision-making? That's really, you know, where this session, this panel, and the case studies that you're going to hear from today, where hopefully we can have a useful discussion. You may learn something, we may learn something, hopefully we'll learn something. So we have 4 case studies from Germany, Scotland, Ireland, and the US. They look at different levels of governance, of initiative, of community engagement, and also of option appraisal and the roles, responsibilities that you need to have into a good adaptation planning and implementation process. And of course, this may or may not be coastal change, coastal flooding, coastal erosion may or may not be an urgent issue where you live or work. But I think it's fair to say that for all coastal communities around the world, it's a question of when, not if. So this is something that will happen, and it will become more and more of an urgent issue. And some communities obviously are experiencing it quite severely at the moment. So we're going to look at both kind of incremental and transformational adaptation, those kind of different processes, and how these case studies have worked with the different actors, different organizations to set and train those kind of processes. So we also have some people joining us online. So we have, if we can, right, oh, fabulous. So there's a Slido there for you, which hopefully you in the room and those online can go on, which has a few questions on, and I need to activate this now. Can you get onto that one? Is the first poll activated for you?
Yes.
Excellent. Then I can get my phone to activate the next one later on. I'll ask you a few questions throughout. And then also you can post your questions there. Those in the room, there will be a roving mic after the presentations. But if you want to post your questions on Slido, then others can also see them. So we are going to hear from Jeanette, Darren, then from Vanessa online, and from Stephen on different case studies. I'll let them introduce themselves and their case studies because I would probably mangle it anyway. So, Jeanette, over to you.
Thank you. I'm very glad to be here. My name is Jeanette Dubinin. I'm with the Center for Planning Excellence, and I'm from Louisiana, presenting on a study that Anna-Marta mentioned in the US. But I did want to follow up on something you said. A lot of people were thinking, oh, we're not talking about an if, we're talking about a when. And the when for us is now, and it was yesterday, and it was 10 years ago. And so we have actually spent a lot of time talking with communities at the very coastal and impacted level and realized that in order for coastal communities to act on adaptation and climate change impact mitigation, government needs to model that behavior and action. And so that is what I'm going to talk about today. Oh no, I'm showing everything.
Oh, you just
put pants down.
That's
probably sorry.
go? No? We just go like that? Okay. Forget about the fancy tech.
The fancy tech is done. Now I know there's a way to, oh, I'm so sorry, guys. Full screen anywhere? Okay, we're just gonna go with this.
Oh, there's presentation mode. Bear with us, caller. We shall fix this. Full screen. There we go.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so like I said earlier, I'm with the Center for Planning Excellence, and we're a think and do tank. We receive philanthropic and public and private money to do the work we do, which is really at the essence to improve the quality of life of people, which with the focus on land use, which is kind of hard when you live in a place where there's less and less land because the ocean is eating it away. And so you see here the pieces we're focusing on, but I also want to just for context tell you what Louisiana is if you don't know. Okay, just making sure I'm not shining in anybody's eyes. Down here is the Gulf of Mexico, and what you're not seeing here is the Mississippi River that drains, I think, 48% of our continent in the US. And we're sitting at the bottom of the Delta, and the Delta had built Louisiana for over 7,000 years or so. But over the last, I calculated yesterday, 85 years, we have been losing a lot of land which people live on. So when I said that our sea level rise and impacts is now, I mean, it's been going on for decades, eating away at our coast, and has actually increased flood risk to the communities that live there. And you can see there are communities that are along the coast. The coast is a working coast, so people need to live there in order to, you know, harvest the seafood and build the ships and drill for the oil and gas that we export quite a bit of. And this is today's flood risk. And we do have a great agency that models future land loss, and you can see it just continues to eat away on our coast, and making a lot of the assets that we have along the coast extremely vulnerable. So you can see here the impact. This is the potential impact, but these roads in the south here, they're already impacted, and we're looking at up to 16,000 kilometers of roadway that is going to be impacted now and in the future, with a current price tag of about $3 billion if we wanted to repair them or address, raise them or whichever. A similar impact can be felt on education. So there is about 150 schools that are going to be impacted. Some of them already have been impacted. If you were in a talk yesterday on relocation, we've had 3 schools closed in the last 2 years because of impacts from storms and subsequent flooding. And we actually talk about the storms as acute events because our chronic events is sea level rise and continued flooding throughout. So we have a combination of chronic and acute events that are just making life really, really hard for the people in those areas and further inland. And the message here really is, though, that the impacts are just going to keep moving north into the inland areas that I live in, actually. So about, I think, 90,000 students may be impacted in the future, and this certainly has an effect on the state and the country as a whole. And then finally, this is actually from the Department of Health, and we're looking at up to 11 hospitals that are going to be impacted, and on the number of 10,000 or so service providers for people that need medical assistance of some sort, and about 130,000 people who rely on this medical help. What we've already been seeing because of these impacts, and these are just a few examples from agencies that we were able to collect this information from, you can see that people have already been moving, they are moving, and they're moving mostly one town out because that's what they know. And certainly we need to figure out how to deal with not only the decline in these populations in some areas, but also the increase in other areas in our state. So we actually did have an adaptation already several years ago. The trigger point for this was Hurricane Katrina in 2005, but we have been known about our coastal decline for a long time. But in 2005, there was this devastating event, and there was an impetus to create an agency that addresses the land loss that we have been experiencing. And so the Coastal Protection and Restoration Authority was established that has since then every 5 years produced a new plan with a bunch of projects that lays out how we're going to save our coast and protect our economic assets and communities. But that's not enough. You cannot put the responsibility of addressing the coastal crisis that we call it, the flood risk, on one agency, even when you specifically for that purpose developed it. And so my colleagues and I in 2018 got our governor and his cabinet secretaries together for all the other agencies to realize that they all have a stake at this and they all are going to be impacted, and they need to start planning for those impacts, like I just showed you with roads, hospitals, schools, and shift in a way that helps them continue to meet their mission and serve their clients, because that's who the people essentially are to them. And so in that workshop, we brought the decision makers together, and we identified the drivers of change, which was quite interesting because this was the first time we really were very open about talking about climate change and what's causing it. And so it was a very honest conversation that opened a lot of people's eyes to, and also made them comfortable to talk about difficult topics like climate change, apparently, in Louisiana. So you can see here, from that we developed several scenarios with them, and then created a vision for Louisiana in a way that they can see themselves moving forward and doing their part as leaders of a state. And so that, they realized that state action is necessary, and followed from this workshop was an executive order that formalized the role of a chief resilience officer and created agency resilience coordinators that are working with the chief resilience officer hand in hand from when they come together to address the pieces that are outlined here, the vulnerabilities of an agency, look at, okay, what vulnerabilities do we have and how can we act on these, mitigate these vulnerabilities, and then how do we institutionalize that kind of thinking. And so through a lot of meetings and work, we ended up with a series of recommendations. And I just wanted to point out two here. This one up here, integrate resilience criteria into the capital outlay process, which I think is called capital expenditures here. So this is really, nobody has been asking the question, okay, you want money for this, I don't know, new building. If you're planning to have this building for the next 100 years, what's the environmental impact at that location to that building scheduled or predicted to be in 100 years? And people really haven't been asking this question, although it is our taxpayer money that's being spent on how we live and for these reasons. And so that, I think, is a small success, but it can be impactful. And the other thing is expanding climate and resilience capacity within the governor's office, which through the 2023 legislation, a bill was passed that we helped pass it too, that basically solidifies legislatively, so from the whole government approach, the role of a chief resilience officer, which is quite progressive for Louisiana, but it's the right step, and we hope that in the future it will lead to the governance change that we need, because throughout this, what we really revealed is that the processes and systems that are in place today are utterly inadequate to address the challenges that we face today, and you'll all probably face sometime tomorrow or whenever. And so we really need to be looking at how these processes can be, what the intersection for these processes are, and how we can change and to the point where we can adapt better. And so the other piece that we're focusing on at CPEX is addressing the land use planning needs of the future through a new Office of State Planning, which we didn't have before. And also last year, our federal government has made quite a bit of money available for climate change adaptation. But again, our government is not able to actually receive this money because of how they're set up. So we're also looking to help them position themselves in a way so that they can take advantage of those fundings. And that is it.
Thank you, Jeanette. Let's see if we can get our... Oops.
I think we decided we'd take questions at the end, right?
We'll take questions at the end, yes. So that is your response to who is initiating projects to manage coastal flooding and coastal change where you live and work. Most of you say that it's local government. Now, it may be called something different, obviously, in different jurisdictions, and there are several levels of government. But I think that's quite interesting in terms of how we see, that leveraging of funds and where the initiative comes from and who actually takes the responsibility, if you like, for setting and train these processes. We'll have a bit more polling later on, but for now we are going to go to Darren, who will tell us a little bit about exactly that, where the initiative comes from and how that shapes some of these processes. So you just go up and down with the arrows.
There is is the clicker? Is there a clicker?
No, we don't. Just use
There was nothing to shine.
That's the pointer.
Oh, yeah, pointer. Yeah. Hello, everybody. It is morning still. Good morning, everyone. My name is Darren Clark. I am a lecturer in Dublin City University. And today I'd like to just build on what Jeanette talked about there, specifically looking at incremental adaptation when transformation fails. And I'm going to look at it in the context of Irish flood risk management. The presentation overview today will look at the challenges with implementing incremental adaptation when transformation fails, and this falls out of two papers that colleagues and I have published over the last couple of years on this topic. So our research sought to explore, our most recent publication sought to explore the importance of place-related values and whether they differ depending on whether adaptation is incremental or transformative, and the role that trust and governance plays in incremental adaptation when transformation fails. So just those of you that might not be familiar with incremental or transformative adaptation, this is a nice depiction of what both is along a continuum or along a scale. You have, when it comes to adaptation, on the left you have inaction on the left, so that includes suffering for many individuals dealing with or not dealing with the consequences of climate change, all the way through to coping, really just trying to function on a daily basis. Then moving towards incremental adaptation, which by and large is the standard approach to adaptation, not just in Ireland, but globally. That can include the likes of diversifying livelihoods or building, in the case of flood risk management, building flood defences, incrementally building engineered approaches to flood defences. Could be classified as incremental. And then on the far right, you have transformative adaptation, which is could include migrating. It's a fundamental shift in how we adapt to climate change, and it addresses the root cause of climate change, not just by trying to remain in place, but actually migrating is a transformative response to dealing with the impacts of climate change. And what you can see from left to right is that depending on, as you move from left to right, the amount of investments, the number of stakeholders involved, the divergence or the moving away from the status quo of how we currently adapt around climate change, the degree of uncertainty and risks, and the changes in values, framings and assumptions also move significantly the more you move from left to right there. And it's that last aspect, changes in values, framings and assumptions, that I'll particularly focus on as part of today. So I want to talk about, some of you or many of you might not be familiar with Dublin, but for those of you that are, and even if you aren't, Clontarf is a coastal community, very nice coastal community, very affluent coastal community by and large, located about 5 kilometres north of Dublin city centre. And my colleagues and I conducted 2 studies for 2 separate flood defences in recent years. One is, they're both in the same community. One is referred to as Clontarf Promenade, and the second is referred to as Dollymount Promenade. And you can see the blue on the map here shows the Clontarf Promenade flood defences that were proposed, and the kind of peachy yellowy colour shows the Dollymount Promenade flood defences. Importantly, the Clontarf Promenade flood defences were what was considered transformative adaptation, and the Dollymount Promenade flood defences happened much later, 4 or 5 years later, in fact, or the proposals were 4 or 5 years later, and were for incremental adaptation. So I'll talk very briefly about the first study that colleagues and I conducted, and this is the transformative proposal that was proposed for Clontarf. So Clontarf, much like most of Dublin Bay, is extremely vulnerable to coastal inundation. The last major flood event that affected properties and the road that you can see on the image here was 2004, so almost 20 years ago that we had the last major flood in the area. But there's been a number of smaller flood events in recent years. And as you can see on the left-hand image here, there's a promenade that runs, and it runs for about 4 or 5 kilometres along that stretch of coast. It's very heavily utilised by the community. It's exceptionally heavily utilised by the community. It has nice sea views as well, which you can see, and properties on the other side of the road to what you can see here have nice sea views. But it's a very heavily utilised community space, that promenade, and it's connected to, probably we're quite fortunate in Dublin that it's connected, relatively speaking, to, or it is connected to a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve, which is Bull Island, and it is one of the only UNESCO Biosphere Reserves that is located in a capital city in the world. There aren't too many of them, and it's an important environmental site. It's the most protected environmental site in Ireland. That was the state of play in 2009. That's what the flood defences looked like, or in fact they didn't really exist. And the local authority, Dublin City Council, proposed increasing the height of the flood walls on the coastal side there, which you can see, raising the height of flood walls along most of the stretch to account for coastal inundation. But where that wasn't practical, they proposed building an earth mound in certain sections. And the community found out about this quite late in the day in 2009 about what was proposed, and they objected to it, and fairly rapidly, within about 2 or 3 months, they had put a halt to Dublin City Council's plans to go ahead with this. The City Council had spent €1 million up to that point developing the solution before implementing it or before digging it out for construction work. So they stopped it at that time. I kind of want to park that aside for the moment and look at actually a more recent incremental adaptation. This is located further up the coast in the same community, and this was, on the left-hand image here, you can see the original flood defences. You might say, what flood defences? And I would probably agree with you. There's a small flood wall, but not really much protection. There are no houses opposite, or in most instances, there aren't that many houses opposite on the landward side of this part of the coast. The City Council proposed the middle image, which would be increasing the recreational space, but raising the height of flood walls on the coastal side. And what you ended up with, or what was ended up with for the community, was largely not different to what was initially there before the flood defences went in the first place. The seawall, or the height of the wall, has been raised marginally over the last couple of years. That wasn't before objections to that was prior to community objections to what was initially proposed, and I'll show you what was initially proposed in a couple of minutes' time. So what did we find? Well, we did 2 studies, one on the transformative flood defences along Clontarf Promenade, and one along the after the incremental adaptation strategy in Donnelly Promenade. And one of the things we found was, the title of this is actually the wrong way around. It should say Challenges with Incremental Adaptation When Transformation Fails. But one of the things we found strongly in our study was the place attachment. This idea of, we probably all have it to some degree of where we're from or places that we like to visit. But in Clontarf, it's a really nice scenic area. It has lots of connections to the environment, and they have that green space, like I mentioned, the promenade. And we found across both studies, the top image here, or the top, that figure of 0.85 and 0.84, it didn't really change the strength of place attachment, where people identify or how they identify with Clontarf being a part of them, and how they depend on it for, from a lifestyle perspective and from a functional perspective to do what they do on a daily basis. It didn't change over time, which was important in the context of our research. What did change, though, was, this didn't really change when it comes to perceptions of disruptive place change, but if we take a look at the left-hand side, the graph on the left-hand side, or the image on the left-hand side of the table, place attachment and perceptions of disruptive place change. So opposition to the flood defences didn't really significantly differ across both sets of flood defences when we measured it against place attachment. And largely that was because, or the residents stated when we conducted the study, was they were largely concerned with a number of things around security, around impacting wildlife, because it's in such a designated, protected area from an environmental point of view, damaged tourism, created an eyesore, and so on. What was particularly interesting in our second study was there was huge local authority investment in the intervening period between when the Clontarf Promenade flood defences were halted or were stopped, and the Dollymount Promenade flood defences, which were initially proposed in 2014-2015. Huge public consultation, much more engagement. The community had much more engagement in the Dollymount Promenade flood defences, but largely speaking, without looking at the statements here and the values attached to them, perceptions of governance didn't improve over time, despite the fact that the local authority had actually invested a lot of time and public consultation was much greater in the second flood defences than in the first. And one of the challenges that we found was, in particular in our study, was how communication, or how flood risk is communicated to the public. One of the challenges that we have with Clontarf, and in many cases nationally, and indeed even internationally, is the fact that when flood authorities go out to the communities to say what is going to happen in their community, it's very often technical designs, technical drawings that are presented to the community, and they don't really have a sense of what they will look like until they're actually implemented. They can't visualize it, and this is one of the drawings that's often used, or similar drawings are often used to indicate what flood defences might look like. And this is what the proposed flood defence along Dollymount Promenade would have looked like. The image on the left is actually the proposed flood defence built. So the council had spent a lot of money building that second flood defence, the incremental adaptation, building it to the height that it was proposed to be developed or protected the community for, which was a 1 in 200 year flood event. And actually they had to pretty much cut that down in its entirety, almost in its entirety, because of the community opposition to it. So it was lowered to a 1 in 100 year flood event. The wall was lowered, and that allowed the community to have that connection to the sea. And you can actually see Bull Island in the background. That yellowy haze and that green haze in the background is Bull Island, and it allowed the community to maintain that connection with the sea over time. And this is a real challenge, because when it comes to transformative and incremental adaptation, where perceptions exist that local authorities or authorities in general have gotten it wrong on one occasion, adaptation of any kind is likely to be difficult. And negative consequences of poor governance can last well beyond the initial phase. So the initial transformative adaptation that was proposed almost 2 decades ago for Clontarf, it lasted well into the next phase of adaptation, the incremental adaptation. And that has real concerns or real issues around how we plan and how we adapt to climate change. And it raises important questions about how adaptation is planned, implemented and understood by different stakeholders, and particularly policymakers, planners and vulnerable communities. They face really difficult questions, particularly over the next couple of decades, about what was considered incremental or transformative in the past can't be considered to hold true under a changed climate. Communities have very different values and beliefs around adaptation, and as climate change takes hold in the coming decades, what was considered incremental what was considered incremental in the past, because values are constantly, community values are being contested, transformative adaptation or perceptions of transformative adaptation is happening could result. And this is, when we talk about place disruption and threats, which arose in Clontarf from weak governance and climate change, this is a real issue because the community in Clontarf were able to oppose and were able to resist adaptation threats or just place disruption threats because of weak governance, or because of what they perceived as weak governance. But they're less likely to be able to control the impacts from climate change, from extreme events, and how that might disrupt their livelihoods and their connection to place. And that's that trade-off that we really need to consider. I don't think that this will be able to show, so it was a video showing the importance of how we can integrate place attachment and effective governance through technological interventions. And particularly around VR and AR, one of the things our study found was the role of VR and AR in allowing communities not just to see what proposed adaptation strategy might look like on completion during the consultation process with communities, but also allow them to see what a particular risk might be to them under a changed climate, by actually allowing them to see what sea level rise would look like in their community, so they can balance that trade-off between, do we want raised flood defences, or do we want to be at increased risk of flooding? And it's not really used in the planning process when it comes to flood risk management. And very lastly, one of the things that we're very keen on exploring in future research is looking at adaptation pathways. I was at a talk earlier on this morning where there's talk of this being introduced into Irish flood risk management in the coming years, but it's really not looked at internationally or even nationally in an Irish context. And this allows communities and policymakers and planners to start planning for a range of scenarios, for a range of pathways that they can make decisions both in the short term and the long term. So it might be the case of, if we look at the red line on the top, it might be the case where a flood defence works to a certain point, after which the flood defence is lowered because the risks are increasing too much, and we start to make room for the river or room for the coast. And you start to plan out different scenarios for climate change taking effect, because we know Dublin's probably not much different to any other coastal community. We know that we can't continue to offer structural flood defences as the only means of allowing people to adapt. We really do also need to consider aspects like relocation in the future as well. So that was it. That's just our first paper, and our second paper as well was published recently, if you're interested in looking at it. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Darren. And I'm going to give you another poll. If you want to go and let us know what kind of tools or resources would help to accelerate adaptation planning and action where you live or work. That may be the same thing. It may not be. You can just let us know, and we might try to group these. They should hopefully come up there. Yes, somebody's typing. We should have Vanessa online, yes? So Vanessa.
Yeah.
Hi, Vanessa.
Yes, I'm online. Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're behind me, so it's a bit on the screen. Sorry. Vanessa is going to present a study that they've done that goes into some of these issues about adaptation planning and appraisals, which I think really speaks well to both what Danette and Darren has just presented to us. Keep these coming. We'll go back to it once we've heard from Vanessa and then also from Stephen. This is great. Thank you very much. So, Vanessa, without further ado, I'm going to, if you just let me know, Vanessa, when you want the slides moved.
Perfect, yes. Can you already see the slides? Oh, now I can too, perfect. Great. All right, can I start?
Yes, please.
Yes, perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, hi everyone. My name is Vanessa Fels. I'm really glad that I get to be here online. Unfortunately, I couldn't make it in person this year, but I'm very happy that I get the opportunity to join you online and to present the work that I'm doing together with my PhD supervisor, Jochen Hinkel, about optimizing infrastructure solutions with respect to future sea level rise observations. And to start off, I brought you a few pictures I took a month ago. If you could go to the next slide, then we get to see the pictures. Perfect. So I was in Venice on a workshop a month ago, and I mean, I knew that Venice is a very vulnerable place when it comes to sea level rise and flooding, but to be honest, I was still a bit surprised to actually observe a little bit of flooding and a tiny storm that was going on when I was there last month. And on this picture, you can see the lagoon in Venice next to the St. Mark's Square actually overtopping the walkway a little bit. And on the right side, I have another picture of a new adaptation measure that Venice implemented this year. If you can give it another click. Thank you. So on the bottom of the picture, you can actually see a flood wall in front of the church on the St. Mark's Square. And it's a flood wall made out of glass, so the tourists still get to enjoy, you know, the whole church and see everything of it. But when there is flooding, the church can be protected up to 1 meter of flooding, and there's also this this door in the fence that they can then raise higher in case there's flooding up to 1 meter. And actually, I also observed the St. Mark's Square being flooded at night when I walked over there, because actually the water is pressing from underneath of the city through the stones, and then it's actually quite commonly flooded or has a few puddles in the city on St. Mark's Square. Venice, of course, has other adaptation measures as well. I have another one that I think would be nice to mention here. So this is the big storm surge barrier MOSA that I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with. And it was actually also activated when we were there a month ago when we had the storm in Venice to protect the whole lagoon in Venice from further flooding. And now to get the connection to the methods that we are using, yeah, it's perfect. So I've inserted the picture of the adaptation pathway map that we've also just seen in the end of the previous talk. And I don't want to go into detail here, but what I would like to say is that the adaptation pathways are really great for planning adaptive and flexible adaptation measures over time. You know, so how can different measures such as a storm surge barrier or a dike or a flood wall, you know, be implemented together, and until which point is which one efficient. But what the traditional adaptation pathway method does not have is the economic evaluation and consideration of these different adaptation measures. And we've seen a bit of the economic value in the last slide on the presentation. You know, at the top, there was the net present value and the cost benefits of the different pathways. And this is really what I would like to talk about now. I would like to talk about the economics behind adaptation to sea level rise. And to give you a little overview, I want to cite a European cost-benefit analysis here. You can do another click, then you can also see the study that I'm talking about. So this European cost-benefit analysis analyzed European flood damages, and they conclude that already at present, the European flood damages sum up to 1.4 billion euros every year. And of course, that is going to increase in the future as sea level rises. However, they also say that we can reduce the future flood damages if we apply cost-efficient adaptation measures. And they considered the placements of dikes in a cost-efficient manner. And if we do that in the future flood damages can be reduced by more than 80% if we apply cost-efficient adaptation measures. And now I would really like to talk about the methods used in these studies that can be used to assess which adaptation measures are economic beneficial or not. And to start off, I want to introduce two different economic decision-making methods. I will apply them in a simple example for coastal adaptation. So the first method I want to talk about is the traditional cost-benefit analysis. On the next slide, you can see a simple setting looking from today into the future. And let's assume we have 3 different scenarios of sea level rise. So we can stay with the low sea level rise as we have it today, or then have a medium sea level rise or high sea level rise in the future. And then depending on the amount of sea level rise, there is a cost-efficient adaptation measure. So the higher the sea level is, the more cost efficient it would be to raise the dike even higher. And what the cost benefit analysis does is it applies a static decision. We can see that with the next click, what a static decision look like. Yes, exactly. So a static decision is defined by implementing a decision today and then leaving it unchanged over the whole time horizon in the future. And this is exactly how currently all European or global assessments of the economics of sea level rise work. They plan today, decide today, and implement today, and then leave it unchanged over the whole considered time horizon. And now the second method I want to introduce are methods that do decision-making based on future learning. Examples for these methods are real option analysis or optimal control studies. And what these methods can do is they can postpone the moment of the decision and then actually apply a decision rule. So in this case, we could postpone our decision into the year 2050. And then in the year 2050, depending on, if you could give it a little click, please. Perfect. And in the year 2050, depending if we observe low sea level rise or medium sea level rise, it would be cost efficient to apply different adaptation measures. So if we observe low sea level rise in 2050, it would be optimal to apply the small dike upgrade, because then we know, looking further into the future, we can exclude high sea level rise by the end of the century. However, if we do observe medium sea level rise in 2050, it would be cost efficient to already apply the high dike upgrade in 2050, because we know then that it's actually quite likely that we will observe high sea level rise by the end of this century. So you see, this is a more precise decision rule that we can implement in this method. And by having more precise decision rules, we can actually save costs, either adaptation costs, implementation costs, or the flood damage costs can be reduced because we have a more precise adaptation. And maybe to give you one simple example here that is used, for example, in Germany. In Germany, we have something called climate dike, and a climate dike is a dike that is built today with a certain height, but we have a wider foundation of the dike. So then later in the future, we actually have the possibility to upgrade these dikes by an additional meter, to prepare for future sea level rise. And once we actually observe higher sea level rise trajectories, then the authorities can decide to actually use this kind of upgrade. And the second kind of method, based on learning, they can actually be used to value whether the additional costs for these climate dikes are beneficial or not from an economic perspective. So far as I know, such an economic assessment has not been done in Germany. The authorities simply decided to implement the climate dikes anyway. But if you would like to do an economic assessment of such flexible adaptation methods, this could be used. And now on this slide, I would like to talk about the information that is required for the 2 different methods that I've introduced. And I will refer to the information about the climate variable as the scenarios. So we have static scenarios and learning scenarios. And the static scenarios are scenarios that are needed for the cost-benefit analysis. And the learning scenarios is an information that is required if you want to apply the methods that consider future learning. And I'll give you two examples how these different scenarios look like. So on the left side, you can now see a static scenario that probably some of you are familiar with. We can see the IPCC AR6 sea level rise projections. One click, please, for the next picture. And another, yeah, perfect. So here on the left side, we can see the AR6 sea level rise projections. And the unique point of static scenarios is that they look into the future only seen from today. And that's also the crucial difference to learning scenarios. We have a very simple example of a learning scenario on the right side of the picture. And learning scenarios do not only look into the future seen from today, but also seen from future moments in time. One more click, please, to open the right picture. Yes, perfect. So here we see a directed graph looking into the future, but also seen from future moments in time, because this graph is reconnecting over time. So for example, if you want to read the right learning scenario seen from a future moment in time, you could read it in the way that if you observe 1 meter of sea level rise by the year 2080, you will have an updated projection of future sea level rise for the year 2100. And one more click will highlight the red subgraph in this learning scenario that highlights exactly this updated projection in the future. So looking from the red dot in the year 2080 and 1 meter of sea level rise, it'll then be possible to either stay with a meter of sea level rise or go up to 1.5 meter. And this is exactly that's needed for the methods that base on learning. Now, the big question is, how do we get these kind of learning scenarios? And we recently did a review study. You can see the study with one more click. And I'd like to mention two findings here from the study. So I think the first finding that is important to note is that learning scenarios are not officially generated or provided. So for example, the IPCC does not provide any learning scenarios, and the decision scientists generate the learning scenarios themselves. And we've looked into this literature and analyzed how the different economic adaptation methods actually generate learning scenarios. And the second finding here I'd like to mention is that we found 5 existing learning scenarios for sea level rise. However, they are all based on very simple methods, and they don't consider the state-of-the-art sea level rise projections of AR5 or AR6, for example. So what we did then is we actually generated a new learning scenario for sea level rise. On the next slide, you can see the output of that. We've applied our method called direct fit to the AR6 sea level rise projections. And you can see the blue learning scenario graph plotted on top of the static AR6 projection in yellow. And you can already guess from the picture. I'm actually not sure if you are able to see the edges of the learning scenario or not. I only see the dots of it, but they are connected with edges. But we have a very flexible method of placing the nodes on the graph so we can mimic the sea level rise projections very well. And we're also very computational efficient because we reduce the number of nodes in this graph by the choice of binomial and recombining lattice structure. Now, the next thing I'd want to talk about is how we combine all of these methods that I've now introduced into one case study. So on the next slide, we can see the case study Lübeck that we are currently working on. And we have 3 main steps for the case study in Lübeck. Yes, perfect. So these are the 3 main steps. We have to first generate the sea level rise learning scenarios. Then we need to set up the decision framework. And finally, we can feed our decision framework with flood impacts from our project partners who did a hydrodynamic model of the city of Lübeck to analyze how the different storm surges with different flood heights actually go through the city and how high each pixel of the city is actually flooded, and then we can do the economic assessment. We are still working on the 3rd step in our case study, so unfortunately I cannot show you results yet of this economic assessment. But from the 2nd step of setting up the decision framework, with one more click you can see a short overview of the computational efficiency of our method. So compared to traditional real option analysis literature that usually considers 1 or 2 adaptation options and less than 6 time steps, our decision framework is actually able to consider 40 adaptation options and 25 time steps in just 5 minutes of runtime. So the binomial recombining lattice structure actually proves to be very efficient in the decision framework. And now on the next slide, let me conclude the key messages from this talk. If you consider future learning in economic decision-making methods, you get more precise adaptation decision rules, and by this you are able to reduce the costs for adaptation or for the climate damages. However, you need learning scenarios in order to apply these methods, and learning scenarios are probabilistic information about a climate variable seen from future moments in time. And if you want to do that for sea level rise, we have this new method out there called direct fit. I mean, to be honest, it's not out there, it's currently under review, but I'm sure, or I hope it will be out there soon, that works very well for learning scenarios. Thank you for your attention. I believe there are some references also on the last page, and I'm happy to answer questions or engage in discussion. And please also feel free to drop me an email, Vanessa Völz at the Global Climate Forum, if you have any further questions or are simply interested in the work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. We'll take questions at the end and discussion at the end, so you'll be part of that as well. I'll leave this here for a little bit. Shall we see? I'm just going to disconnect that for a second. Bear with me. And the last speaker that we're going to hear from today, I don't know if I can say, Stephen, you're going to combine all of this and show us the way forward. Is that? That might be a tall order. But Stephen is going to talk about some of the work that we have done in a climate exchange for the Clyde in Glasgow. So I shall get this back up again. Just give me a second. Let's just go down. I'm just going to put this back in. Is that magically coming back up again? There we are. Just that one. Right there. Just take this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Stephen Trella from Rivelin Bridge, and I'm delighted to be here this afternoon to present some findings from some research work which was commissioned by Anna Marta and Climate Exchange on the Clyde. Arriving by ferry on Monday afternoon, I was struck by how similar actually the Clyde is probably to the Dublin area. So hopefully there may be some learning that we can take and share between those things. In terms of bringing all the presentations together, I think that's a big ask, but part of the experience of the Clyde was there's big governance issues which have already been talked about. There's big parts about how we translate this into economics. There's also big parts about how we actually apply the science in practical terms. So this research was undertaken for the Scottish Government and Clyde Mission. It focused on the tidal river Clyde, and the aims of the research were to inform a credible adaptation plan for the Clyde, so take the construct of adaptation pathways and look how it could be applied practically within a real place. Part of that was actually how do you actually frame the decision-making process with a particular look at tidal flood risk. But one of the key aspects for the Clyde was actually it was looking through the lens of a mission-based approach. So not just from a problem space, but actually what is the mission for the Clyde area in the long run. The research has produced a number of building blocks. We haven't been so rude as to determine what the answer should be for the Clyde for the next 100 years, but what we have done hopefully is set out a number of building blocks that the practitioners within the area can rapidly embrace to actually start applying adaptation pathways. So I'm going to talk through the headline recommendations, and then I'm going to talk through a number of principles that I think would generically apply to adaptation pathways elsewhere, and some practical learning. So the 5 main arising things, which I'll talk through in more detail, is recommendation was number 1, that actually agree the framework for decision making with the stakeholders rather than actually impose it, and I'll come on to that. agree design principles without actually agreeing a sense of direction and what you're actually aiming to achieve. Adaptation pathways approach doesn't have anything to aim at, and again, those should be co-designed with stakeholders. One of the biggest talking points on the project was actually the idea of constructing a resilience zone, and I will talk through that, and then information on action plans and knowledge portals. So to kick us off, one of the key things was not to rush to solutions, but to actually get the foundations right. And the British Standard for Adaptation Pathway sets out a good process for dealing with adaptation and applying this. But on the Clyde, one of the things we've recognised was actually there's a step before applying the process, which is really with stakeholders doing a readiness assessment, making sure people are actually ready to apply the tools, understand the language, work together. And things like the governance and actually what success looks like are critical starting points. Also, the British Standard, if you follow the steps, implies that monitoring and evaluation is the last step of the process. But what I would say to you is actually the monitoring and evaluation is almost the first step in the process, because the plan is only going to be as good as the monitoring and evaluation that you actually apply to it. So I don't want to take away from the British Standard, but I think if you're applying this in practical terms, there is a real piece of work to be done right up front in terms of working with partners to establish the readiness. Second on our list of recommendations was to agree with stakeholders a set of design principles. These are not necessarily the design principles for the Clyde, but they're ones based on all the policy drivers within the area that we felt were really critical. And one key one was actually taking an outlook of 7 generations. So over the last 200 years plus, a bit like in Dublin, the Clyde has been through a vast amount of transformation and adaptation already. Some of the decisions that will need to be taken and some of the scale of the investment on the Clyde is substantial and is likely to drive a legacy for the next 200 years. And it's only right that the decisions that we take now should really look to the long term. Other key points are actually the adaptation pathways are about building a business case for the future. So they're about money, and they're about actually mapping out how the money can connect to the solutions. And I think if you come at it through the monetary lens and the monitoring and evaluation, you're on the first step for putting adaptation pathways in place. The question, adaptation pathways can't solve everything, and this is a place-based problem for the Clyde. It's 34 kilometres in length, the tidal reach. And one of the things we recommended through the research was to establish something called a resilience zone, which is the light shaded area on this diagram. And the idea of that is within that space, decision makers should share information, should collaborate, and should consider the system-wide impacts of their decision making. Outside that, it doesn't mean to say you don't consider resilience and benefits realization and other things. But within that light shaded area, potentially decisions in one area will affect other parts of that system. And it's only right that the stakeholders work together to consider the implications and share data. In terms of the Clyde mission taking the first next step, the report mapped out a kind of number of readiness assessment steps. One was working to design what success looks like right from the outset. And that's probably one of the hardest things for adaptation pathways is what are you actually aiming at in terms of the outcomes. But 2 was then to actually map out a process that can work for the Clyde. And although the British Standard provides a generic process, how you apply that to Dublin, how you apply that to Louisiana, how you apply that to Clyde is going to be very different. And the governance is a big part of that step. Also, how this is going to link to funding and financing. There's no point in coming up with a clever set of pathways if they can't relate to the funding and financing and the deliverability. And as I've already said, sort of the monitoring and evaluation. Within the report, we created a sort of an initial mission map for the first 5 years, but it's very much a starter for 10 to give the decision makers something to work with. And then the last recommendation was to build the knowledge portal for the area that can support monitoring and evaluation, but also support the potential journeys that the Clyde is likely to go on. And I'm not going to speak here in detail about the pathways that we identified, but there were a number all the way from a sort of a reactive and incremental adaptation, which sort of Darren talked about, to a much more transformational, where actually the driver is not necessarily the problem of tide risk, tidal flood risk, it's more actually the challenge of what does socio-economic change look like for the Clyde in the long run. Building on this work and sort of other research undertaken by Climate Exchange, there are 5 principles that I just briefly want to cover. One is that actually just talking to people in the Clyde or anyone else about the negative shocks and stresses of climate change and adaptation isn't going to win you any hearts and minds. And actually, what is going to drive delivering and being able to realise adaptation pathways is combining the positives in terms of the outcomes that you're looking for socioeconomically alongside the negatives of shocks and stresses. That will be what actually unlocks the transformation in terms of the learning, the connection to funding and finance, and actually make sure you've got the right actors and people around the table. The second is to view adaptation pathways not as a technical exercise of lining out engineering options, but actually one that is trying to unlock investment. And a big part of that is trying to actually unlock multiple colours of money. So actually, what are the other co-benefits? What are the other outcomes that you are trying to unlock through this process? And this diagram is very similar to something that Climate Ready Clyde did through their research work, which Paul Watkins has presented a little bit on earlier. But actually, it's really important that we start to understand the relationship between the solutions and actually how they can be funded. The other thing is not to treat adaptation pathways as a rule book. They're a good set of tools, but they can be applied probably in three different ways. One from a multi-stakeholder orientated perspective, which I guess is a little bit like the work that was done in Louisiana. They can be applied as an asset management tool, which is very much looking at performance threshold, but they're equally powerful in terms of transformation. And one of the questions that did arise through the research was whether a mission-based approach could actually work in terms of adaptation pathways. My perspective, having now undertaken the research, is actually it helps, and that for places where you are still deciding how land should be used in the future, the mission base is a really key part of that decision-making process. Briefly, I'm going to touch on this construct of 7 generations, and this is maybe something we can come back to. But as practitioners in flood risk management and adaptation, we tend to be very comfortable with following rules that are about investment today and investment tomorrow. We get uncomfortable when we start talking about 7 generations or 100 years or 200 years' time. But in adaptation pathways, I think it's really important, actually, this isn't about deciding all the winners for the next 100 years. This is about making sure your choices are really visible, that other people are set up with the tools to actually make their decisions in the future. But in designing those pathways, it's really important that actually you don't treat certainty the same. And I'll briefly touch on this. And actually, if your investments that you're looking are kind of low risk and short term, you can apply single design criteria to them. If your investments are much more in the medium term, a bit more sensitive to actually the vulnerability of tidal flood risk, but a medium term outlook, you can apply design guidance and a range of scenarios to that. But if you're looking at major investments that are very sensitive in terms of the impact of flooding and actually are likely to be there for the long term in terms of the asset legacy, then we need to start thinking about high plus plus scenarios and from a strategic planning perspective. Those things comfortably fit together. It doesn't need to say that you design for a 2.5 metre tidal rise on the Clyde, but we should at least make our decisions cognizant of what actually could happen under substantial sea level changes. The other bit that I've really come across working with Anna Marta over the last couple of years is actually often we confuse the idea of outputs with the outcomes that we're trying to achieve. And adaptation pathways, actually, they really work when you start to consider this through the socio-economic and environmental outcome that you're looking to achieve, not the output in terms of the engineering wall or the flood storage or the nature-based solutions. Those are just the solutions. But for adaptation pathways to really work, it needs to be framed in terms of the outcome that we're trying to do. And I'll leave you to read this cartoon, but it struck me this is quite a good way of trying to explain the difference between outcomes and outputs. So 3 quick practicalities for those getting started with adaptation pathways. One, it's really important to actually have the right people on the bus. And I think we often bring the designers and the connectors to the table, but as we've seen in this conference so far, it's really important to bring the leaders and the storytellers into this space because adaptation pathways are fundamentally a narrative at the end of the day, and that story can be told in many different ways. But also the bit we are probably weakest at is bringing the system thinkers into this pot, and I think that that is probably a muscle that we need to improve going forward. In terms of delivering adaptation pathways, this isn't just about fantasy ideas in the future. A key thing is to actually link what's happening operationally now with what you're trying to do through sort of medium-term plans and how that fits with the strategic framework for the future. And I've borrowed this construct of tactical handshake from Paul Sayers, who's here at the conference, but we're really trying to establish a link between what we do in terms of the current 6-year cycles, the medium-term actions that we're taking, and the long-term. And then lastly, adaptation pathways isn't about certainty between now, 2050 and 2100. It's about actually dealing with uncertainty. If you apply it as trying to put certainty, it becomes a very uncost-effective tool as you try to actually make everything known. Adaptation pathways work when you're trying to give yourself certainty in the short term, clarity as to your choices in the medium term, and work with stakeholders to give consensus as to the future direction. It's not about certainty, certainty, and certainty. And I get slightly fearful when I see spreadsheets with 170 options mapping out everything that we're going to do for the next 100 years to say we're picking the winners. Our job is not to pick the winners. Our job is to make the choices available to others in the future. So final takeaway is, I think the key thing I've taken away from this work is this is also a learning by doing exercise. You've got to start the process, but starting the process in the right place. And also the learning isn't just the science learning, it's also learning from the lived experience of the people that live in the place, that work in the place, and the practitioners. But also a big part of the learning that we often forget is we're going to have to experiment, we're going to have to innovate, we're going to have to do new things. That should form part of the learning that we take forward. So it's not just our science-based maps, but it's the lived experience of people that work in the area. So look, thank you very much for your time. I look forward to our discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen. Now, I'm going to put another poll up on the Slido. You can answer it at the end if you like. The question is, what have you heard today that would benefit adaptation decision where you live and work? And that's going to be my opening question to the panel. So I'll give you a few seconds to think about that. What have you heard from the others that might benefit your work, your decision making? Do we still have Vanessa online? Yeah?
Yes, I'm still online.
You are still online. Okay, we can't see you, Vanessa, but that's...
No, here I am.
Okay. I'm going to leave this slide as well without all our contact details. If you'd like to get in touch with us, please do. We're obviously interested in hearing from others and we'd like to keep the conversation going. So do get in touch with us. So with that, we have about half an hour left until lunch. We are aware that we're standing between you and lunch, so we will not drag it out any further. But what have you heard, Jeanette? Or what have kind of sparked some thinking for you from the other case studies in terms of the adaptation work that you're doing?
Well, the first thing that I thought about, but Darren helped clarify that that's not really practical, was Vanessa's image of the church with the glass wall to protect from water. And I was thinking that maybe if in Darren's case studies town, they would have used transparent material, then they would have maintained that connection to the sea or the water body while also having the protection. But he said it would get dirty really quickly, so it wasn't very practical. But I mean, I guess the point though is in general, as we think about these adaptation measures, there are probably materials that we really haven't developed maybe yet, or that we need to look into to meet several goals while also getting the protection or doing the adaptation action that we need to do.
Thinking about that outcome and keeping that connection with the sea is at the same time as you protect.
And material development happens all the time, so I can see that being an R&D in the future for adaptation. So.
I think for me, I think what Stephen touched on and what Vanessa touched on was adaptation pathways. It's fairly new to me because it's not really a done thing in Ireland where we pathway out effectively or plan out a range of different scenarios, not just for flood risk management, but just for adaptation more generally. And I think one of the things that we've had discussions about before this even I think one of the things that within that will need to come out of it, we talk about loss and damage quite a lot from a developing country point of view, where people have to relocate as a result of climate change. We don't necessarily talk about it in the context of developed countries, because we think we can build our way out of everything with engineered solutions. And I think within that adaptation pathway framework, if you look at Dublin, if you've either flown in or you've taken a ferry in or you know Dublin, it's a very low-lying city, like a lot of cities that have a lot of infrastructural assets, a lot of people who live around low-lying parts of the coast, for example. And I think within that adaptation pathways approach, we need to start looking at relocation as one of the options. It'll be a very contentious issue for a lot of people to have to consider relocation, but we can't indefinitely say to people, or definitively say to people, we can continue to protect you in extremely vulnerable areas long term. And those discussions, unfortunately, don't start even 5 years out, a decade out, 2 decades out from when we actually need those different approaches to what we're currently doing. They don't start a decade or two in advance. They start decades and decades in advance. And if we're talking a half meter sea level rise, depending on the scenario you take with climate change, there are lots of communities globally in developed countries that will really start to need to look at different pathways, different approaches to how we've done adaptation to date. And I think that's a key message across all of the presentations. I think that we need to look at it as, we often look at it as an external thing. We can build our way out of things. We're a developed country, we have lots of money, and like most developed countries, we can throw money at this, but in many instances we won't be able to in the future.
Thank you. Gonna go
Can
to
I
Vanessa
chip in
online.
there maybe?
Yes, Vanessa.
Can you hear me?
Come in.
Oh,
Yes,
perfect.
we can hear
yeah,
you.
Yes, perfect. I really like the point that Darren just made. I think relocation is a very important topic, and there's also a very interesting connection to the economic decision-making methods, because in all the economic cost-benefit analysis that is currently done, for example, the European cost-benefit analysis that I cited in my presentation earlier, as I said, they develop cost-efficient adaptation measures depending on dikes. And what happens in these assessments is that highly urbanized, dense areas are being protected in Europe. So mainly speaking, all the big cities and capitals in Europe are protected because there it's economically efficient to really use a lot of money to protect all the assets at the city, or, at critical infrastructure at a harbor, for example. But then in the more rural areas, it's actually cost efficient to not do any further adaptation and to not raise dikes. And then of course, relocation will be necessary for people if they live there and they start to be in increasingly flood prone areas. So that at some point they probably would have to move if they are not being protected anymore, because it's not economically efficient, what we assume in these economic studies all the time. But then I think there's really this gap to what we observe so far in reality, because we first often observe that people are very reluctant to relocate. I've once seen a presentation from Miguel Esteban. He's doing sea level rise adaptation research in Asia, and he has really a lot of communities that he observed where people are reluctant to move, even though they are very frequently flooded. But a lot of people say, they are fishers and they live by the ocean, and this is, where their home is, and they really don't want to move, even though they are flooded quite often. So there's this gap of what we are observing today when it comes to, do one people relocate, do they relocate, but what do we assume in our economic methods? But also from northern Germany, we also have a few examples where relocation would definitely make sense from an economic perspective on the, the Halligen, the small little islands we have in the North Sea, which is, 20, 40, 50 people live on. And they are heavily protected, and they have massive investments to protect these Halligen, because it's also a cultural heritage that, we want to keep, or people want to keep. And I think that there's really a big gap between economic methods and cost efficiency and what actually, people want to protect or want to maintain. I think this is really an interesting, disbalance that still needs further, further discussion.
Thank you. Stephen. Same question to you.
Where to start? I think one of my takeaways from this is we just need to be really careful that we don't turn this into a technical exercise. It's about people at the end of the day, and it's about making places. And I think I quite like Darren bringing up the idea of incremental and transformational adaptation. I think as engineers, scientists, we're quite comfortable with the incremental space, but we need to give ourselves, I think, permission to actually consider the transformational space when we're actually looking to the long term. And I think that's where it's interesting what you're doing in Louisiana, which is really trying to bring the governance and people right into the heart of that decision-making process, because otherwise all the tools in the world don't necessarily legitimize the decision-making. And I think that legitimacy and that agency of people is really critical within this process. And there's a danger that we overdo the engineering and overdo the science at the expense of actually real people being involved in the process.
So with that in mind, and given that the four of you are from different jurisdictions where the view of government and the legitimacy of government may be different, both at a local and a national level, how much do you think that makes an impact on decision-making and the room for adaptation decisions?
That's a big question, isn't it?
I think it's important.
Yeah,
I think, because you've all touched on this, and as you say, let's not make it a totally technical exercise. This is about people, and as it is about people, then it is also about that legitimacy, and do people recognize these processes as driving outcomes that benefit them?
Perhaps I'll kick off, and then I think there's two parts to it. I think there's remembering this is about the outcomes, and it's about benefits, and it's about society. I think my experience of what I've seen on the Clyde is, I can't remember now whether it's 9 or 11 local authorities working together, but there is a real desire and a sense of collaboration from that public service space to actually do things better and actually to work together. And from their involvement in this project, I've been blown away at actually how much there's a willingness to do that, how you cascade and translate that to the local domain in terms of people and the public and young people that are going to be delivering this. I think that's a space we've still got to work on, but I'm positive that actually, certainly within the Clyde area, there's a real compelling desire to collaborate within this space. And I think the Clyde could be an exemplar in this space, but then, as the other presentations have shown, there's a lot of work being done in other places as well.
Vanessa, do you want to come in on that?
Yeah, I mean, maybe I'd like to add that I also think that participatory processes are very important, and it's also something we've done for the case study in Lübeck to, get the public on board, and we're also planning to do further workshops with the public. And it's very interesting, and it's actually from a decision-making methodology perspective, it's also very helpful, because when you are faced with decision-making, there are so many factors that you have to decide upon. What is important? What do you consider? What kind of, time horizon do you assume? Are you risk averse? Are, a little bit of risks okay? And if you have these participatory processes and you actually get the opinion of the people that are actually affected, then you actually get to answer these questions. And otherwise, from the technical research perspective, it's also very hard to do all of these assumptions. And so, even from the tech side of the decision-making process, it really helps to have participatory processes and to involve people to get the critical questions answered, to, get all the assumptions you need for the decision-making.
Thank you. Darren, do you want to?
Yeah, so we're the opposite to the Clyde in Ireland around environmental decision-making, I would argue. Despite the fact that we have it in EU legislation under the Aarhus Convention around environmental decision-making, public participation in Ireland tends to be quite low. So I wouldn't as much say, even though the study was quite critical, the study I completed was quite critical of the governance processes or the community's perceptions of that. Largely speaking, we get very low turnouts to any sort of consultation events around environmental decision-making in Ireland. They tend to be relatively poorly turned out, and those that do attend often have a direct interest in it, or maybe a vested interest, or And that means that you're potentially ignoring some of the most vulnerable in society that just don't know about these events or don't have their voices heard. So I think that's a real challenge around decision-making more generally when it comes to the environment and around climate change. We tend to get quite low numbers at, if it's a case of a flood defence plan, numbers tend to be relatively small. So getting people involved is key. And I don't actually know the answer to what you've asked, Anna Marta, but one of the things that really could help is, if you do get people there and you don't want them objecting to it in the future, is the likes of moving away from, I mean, the majority of people that go to try and understand what adaptation will look like in their community, they want to visualize it. They want to actually know, what will this look like? What will climate change look like for me in my community if I walk this road, or if I cycle this road, or if I have a connection to wherever? They want to know what it'll look like both in the future under climate change, and they want to know what it'll look like if an adaptation measure goes in. And I take it back to, not to promote the study I did, but that we did, but one of the ways to overcome those obstacles to objections in the future will be through more immersive ways than we currently engage with the public. And largely speaking, and through no fault of our planners and our engineers, but most adaptation solutions, like you talked about, Stephen, we need to think about there's people at the end of this, and that don't have technical expertise, despite the fact that these ideas are often designed by technical experts. How can we simplify that for those communities? How can we make it emotive for them, that they'll want to act, that they'll want to support what we're doing? So I think if you do get them on board, getting them on board with something that they can react to rather than oppose, I think will be key in the future.
Thank you.
So I feel like I've been there, what you're talking about. Several years ago, we had a region-wide public meetings. There were very, very large number of people turn out that were presented with the scenarios of sea level rise and land loss and storm impacts now and in the future, and not the distant future, but the relatively close within their timeline, lifetime future. And we developed, strategies at different scales to combat this, but at the end of the day, nobody wants to pay for the implementation. So the minute all this visualization, all the consensus building, all the knowledge sharing about what's going to happen or what is already on the way to happening requires that somebody at some point, whatever strategies were developed are implemented, and that will require money. And money right now flows to the jurisdictions, which obviously is elected officials that are overseeing how the money is spent. But at the same time, well, maybe there isn't enough money but to do all those things, but also some of the strategies and decisions may be controversial because climate change action has been polarized in so many ways. And oftentimes what we found is that bold decisions affect electability. And so one can have a bold move or strategy that they want to pursue, but they're not going to be around to carry it out because they're not going to get elected again. So anyway, it's, yes, at the end of the line there are people, but what does implementation look like, I think, is more of what we need to ask ourselves.
So that's the politics getting into the process, which obviously complicates things. We are going to take some questions from the floor if you'd like to think of anything that you'd like to ask the panel, but I'll let you back in the meantime.
Yeah, it was just to pick up on Louisiana. So I attended your workshop yesterday where you looked at relocation. Mm-hmm. And I think one of the things is, yes, we're looking at decisions for the long term, but I think it's really important to celebrate the short-term wins, because those are the confidence builders for the long term. And what I took from the presentation yesterday was it was very much about celebrating the success, sharing those learnings from now, because those are the confidence builders for the next investment and the investment afterwards. So although this is trying to look to the long term, I think it's really important that actually short term and the early wins get communicated, shared, and you're not putting off decisions forever.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the floor? Yes, you'll need the microphone so that the people online can hear you.
Tom Sampson from JBA Consulting in Ireland. Very interesting papers and presentations, thank you. We're doing a lot of flood risk strategies and plans in Ireland and across Europe, and we've found that there are limits to adaptation for the flood plan. And that means we're going to have to get third parties engaged to deliver various solutions. I was wondering if you've used or had any experience of using the pathways as a tool to get them engaged, because currently they're very much, that's nice, shrug the shoulders and move on, whereas they're actually going to be fundamental to delivering flood risk solutions into the future.
I didn't quite hear the question, I'm afraid.
So do you want to repeat that, please?
Sorry, yes. So it's a case of we're running flood strategies and flood plans in Ireland and Europe, and we're finding that there are limits to adaptation for the traditional flood measures, so that third parties, so different stakeholders, different organisations, are going to need to be involved to actually implement the solutions. So have you found or had any experience of using the adaptation pathways as a means of actually engaging them and sort of showing them that these third parties are going to have to be involved now?
I can answer very quickly to that, because adaptation pathways is an approach that I'm fairly new to in the context of flood risk management. I don't have anything, but perhaps you have, Stephen, or you have.
I think a good example where that's being applied is on the River Severn catchment in England, where it's very much from a multi-stakeholder perspective, and it's looking at what the wider outcomes are. Also, the research that was done in Scotland, where they looked at the Outer Hebrides, was very much community-centred in terms of them being involved in the decision-making right from the very beginning, and that whole lived experience piece. So I think there are examples, but you're shifting into more the mission space or the stakeholder space, rather than just seeing this as a tool for asset management.
Thank you. Vanessa, do you want to come back on that question?
No, we have not used the adaptation pathways for Lübeck yet. I might think about it when we communicate our final results, because it's a great way of visualizing it, but no experience so far.
Well, can I just come in again, actually? One thing that might be useful to consider is thinking about how other sectors outside of flood risk management that have used creative approaches. I know Dingle 2050, for example, is a project that has huge community buy-in for climate change and a range of other social issues in Ireland, for example, and they got great community buy-in from the outset. So maybe looking outside of what we consider adaptation or climate change can sometimes be as novel and as useful as anything as to how they engage with stakeholders, much better than probably we do in climate change.
And I think I would just add from my own perspective that some of the other drivers, so not just the coastal change or the flood risk, but the social and economic drivers for change are also important to think about, particularly in this engagement, because they might relate to the community, or the community may relate to those factors much more than they actually relate to climate change or to coastal change as an issue. Have we got other questions? We've got them here.
Hi. Thank you, super interesting presentations. Something that really came out, I think, particularly from Jeanette and Darren's presentations, seems to be, people fear the unknown. And I think that was very apparent. Darren, you brought up the use of VR to kind of visualize, what this will really look like. Jeanette, you mentioned that people are moving to the next town over, because it's what they know. I was curious if there's any efforts to kind of build relationships between communities. So a community that's considering adaptation efforts might be able to kind of connect with a different community where similar adaptation measures have been implemented, and kind of have communication across communities, so it's not just kind of top-down, but kind of a lateral communication, or even, connecting with places that might be future sites for relocation to kind of familiarize people with the places that they might eventually call home to kind of build that place-based identity. Thank you.
Who would like to start now?
Yeah, very interesting question. Thank you. So because communities and people have been moving in recent decades in Louisiana specifically, there have been numerous studies already out there, and what's really interesting is that there is a social fabric and a cultural identity that that people identify and then say, this is what I need to feel whole in my new community. And I think that's very common to immigrants and immigrants also, that there's a cultural aspect to themselves that they're discovering and is important and they want to take to. So the studies are out there actually that explore this. And one of the one of the things I at CPEX always say is I think we need to start investing in receiving communities and create the opportunities there and create the kind of cultural similar, not created, but be aware of the cultural assets that other communities have and allow them to bring it with and fully live it there, because people will move to opportunities and to places they identify with easier, I think.
Thank you.
I think from an Irish point of view, one of the things that's been quite successful is from a bottom-up perspective when it comes to, if it comes to particularly flood risk management, because it's Ireland's biggest climate risk is flooding, is the National Flood Forum, which was established by communities that are exposed to flooding, and they subsequently were very influential in influencing not necessarily government policy, but flood defence schemes in communities that are very exposed to, or were primarily in the past very exposed to flooding, and they've been successful at getting flood defences in communities exposed to flood defences, or exposed to flooding. But you'll notice I've said flood defences quite a lot there, because that is the dominant. Our Office of Public Works is our statutory body here in Ireland that are responsible for protecting against flooding. Their background is engineering. Our approach to dealing with climate change, that's why I said earlier, our approach to dealing with climate change is largely engineering approaches. And we don't really have anything outside of that. And even in terms of relocation, numbers in Ireland are quite, relocation numbers are quite small. You could be moving from 2 minutes in one direction to 2 minutes in another direction to reduce your flood risk. But numbers in relocation-wise in Ireland in the last 2 decades, 3 decades, there really hasn't been anything of any significance. And that's why I think we need to start that conversation now, because the flood risk wasn't as great in the past as it is now and as it will be in the future. We talk about small time everybody knowing everybody in Ireland, and it's kind of that case where when it comes to flood risk, you're probably not going to have to move too far away to avoid a flood risk.
Thank you. Vanessa, online, do you want to comment on that?
No, nothing to add, thank you.
Thank you. Stephen, should we take one more question and then we'll finish up, aware that everybody's wanting to get to lunch. And please do fill in this poll and also put any other questions on the Slido, and if we don't get to them now, we can communicate with you online if you contact us. Yes, please.
Thank you. How would you see the relation between relocation and possible maladaptation, as relocation would possibly demand new housing and therefore a reduction in green space, which we already have a shortage of?
The last bit of that, I just missed the last bit of that.
Sorry, do you want to repeat that, please?
Development for housing.
So the reduction of green space, which we already have a shortage of at this moment.
Who would like to comment on that?
I'll kick us off.
Okay.
Maybe this is an indirect answer, but I think one of the challenges for adaptation is we shouldn't see land use as fixed, and that what we have for the next 20 years isn't necessarily the land use we might have for the 20 years after or the 20 years after. So I think if we can find a way of actually framing land use not as making a decision forever, And it may be fine to develop an area for 25 years, but recognising that actually the following 25 years, that land use is going to revert back to a different public service or a different public good. So I think hopefully that partly answers your question.
I think when it comes to the risk of maladaptation, there are a number of ways you could look at this. You could look at it maladaptation from a social point of view, that you upend the well-being of people that are in a community and you move them to an area that they just don't settle in. That's an aspect of maladaptation. But I'd take Stephen's point as well that it's not fixed and it shouldn't be. Adaptation is, we're going to constantly have to adapt. And I think, yeah, we really have to plan in the long term, but recognizing that if we're talking a generation or two of people having to move in the next 20, 30, 40 years, that we need to start thinking about it now. Even if we don't act on it, we certainly need to start thinking about it now, because the risk of the risk of staying in place for a lot of communities, yes, the risk will likely increase under a changed climate, and by building flood defences in areas that are exposed to flood risk, you're potentially creating a false sense of security there, and that leads to maladaptation. So I don't have the answer is basically what I'm saying, but there's certainly that balancing act between staying in place versus going to another place and taking up green space potentially.
Thank you.
Yeah, in our context, there's probably plenty of opportunities for redevelopment, so it wouldn't necessarily have to be green space development. And but to your point of maladaptation, Stephen and I were talking about earlier that we tend to look at the positive and the opportunities of adaptation options and kind of ignore the potential negative consequences, which you just potentially described. And I would urge people who come up with adaptation ideas, or the engineers or whomever, to actually pay more attention to the unintended consequences and the potential harm of them, because Louisiana, I want to argue, 100 years ago, after a levee adapted and built levees, after a flood, built levees around the Mississippi, which was an adaptation at the time, and now we're dealing with the consequences in a sinking land and hundreds and thousands of people at risk. Not alone from that, but certainly a contributing factor, because we prioritize different aspects of those projects over the negative consequences potentially. So.
Thank you. Vanessa, do you want to respond to that question?
Yeah, I really like what Jeanette said, and that's something I wanted to address as well, that all adaptation options have positive and negative aspects. I'm no expert for relocation, but of course relocation can have negative aspects of it. But I would really like to make the point here that I think adaptation is not black and white. There's no good adaptation and bad adaptation. Every adaptation option has pros and cons, and there's also no objective answer how good an adaptation option is, because that really depends on your subjective view and how much you're affected by the different pros and cons and your own perspective. So there's really no right way of having a categorization of adaptation and maladaptation. So I agree with Jeanette that you should always pay attention to the different effects that adaptation options have, be it good or bad, and then really decide and try to especially consider other perspectives, because often maybe the negative aspects of adaptation options affect only a subgroup of people, and maybe they are not heard that much, and then it's just not heard and kind of neglected. So really paying always attention to the pros and cons, and maybe, not deciding in good and bad and adaptation and maladaptation, but always considering all impacts.
Thank you very much. I think that really summed up what we've talked about really well. So thank you, Vanessa, for that. Please join me in thanking our 4 speakers, and have a great lunch. Thank you all very much. Thank you for moderating.
are also already streaming. Thank you very much. So, okay, we are at the beginning of this session, staging early warning system stories. Just before I start, we gave to the people that are here, physically present, some handout. If you are connected online and you want to answer for very, very short questions, we say before the session starts, but like in these minutes, so to understand something before we even start talking about it. This is the menti.com code, so you can take a note, and if you are indeed online, you can do it. So let's start the session anyway. So we called it Weather Extremes Are Going to Hit You, Early Warning Systems Are Going to Hurt You. And this is because the project within which we are doing this activity, this session, is called the HUT, the Human Technology Nexus, and we are doing this activity together with the Full Circle Playback Theatre here in Dublin. My role here, together with Guido and Anke, is just like to set the stage for the real activity that will be performed in a few minutes. And to set the stage, I want to tell you something about early warning systems. Maybe some of you are aware of what they are, or maybe some of you think that you know what they are. It's a set of capacities. I like very much this definition by UN ISDR, a set of things. It's not only the message that comes out. It's a lot of things that come together. Why? Because by means of early warning systems, we aim to enable people, individuals, communities, or organizations that are threatened by something, a hazard, to act appropriately and in sufficient time. So this is, in my opinion, a relatively short but very compendious definition of what early warning systems are. You can see that UN ISDR already in 2006 identified 4 main activities, components of early warning systems: risk knowledge, monitoring and warning service, dissemination and communications, response capability. Now, almost 20 years, let's say 17 years from 2006, still, those are the 4 pillars, the 4 components that people refer to when we think of early warning systems. So early warning systems is a set of things, but we can sort of group all the components in these 4 main pillars. Risk knowledge, as I said, monitoring and warning, those are the most scientific, let's say, or technical components of the systems. But it's very important to acknowledge that there must be a strong response capability knowledge there, and dissemination and communication is also very key. So like you will see out there by many different people and stakeholders and people involved, the WMO and others, different schematics, different graphical representations of early warning systems, but essentially those are the 4 main pillars. And indeed, you may be aware that very recently the WMO and UNDRR, they launched a 5-year program with great fanfare, I would say, and there is a lot of money also put there. They called it Early Warnings for All, and indeed, even if you can see the schematic is slightly different, those are the 4 main pillars that are portrayed in the schematic, and indeed, you understand, those are the key things to think of when you think of an early warning system. Our introductions will be brief, but I want to hand over the floor to Guido Rihanna, who will put you in another direction in this introduction. Thank you, Guido.
Okay. Thank you, Michele. I would like to give a brief overview of the recent events to understand how the different components just introduced by Michele can work, can support preserving lives and community and assets. To do it, we use the investigation carried out, first of all, by high weather initiatives, high impact weather-induced events for World Weather Research Program, a 10-year initiative aimed at achieving an improved resilience to high impact weather events. And so we use their investigation for worldwide events and also by considering Italian test case much closer to our knowledge, to our expertise. All the images and the data are retrieved by 3 sources. First of all, flood list and the catalog of severe events database from SNWF, and maps are retrieved by JRC catalog. The first event is in Indonesia, April 2021, intense rainfall leading to flash flood, landslides occurring in Indonesia, Timor-Leste, and Western Australia. They induced amount of rainfall up to 300 millimeters in 24 hours, 272 fatalities. In this case, warnings were issued but not widely disseminated. Furthermore, forecasts of rain amount widely diverge among the different numerical weather prediction working on the area. So, let's move to the European test case history. In this case, we consider the flooding events affecting West Germany, Belgium, Luxembourg, up to Switzerland in July 2021. In this case, all the rainfall records were broken. For example, in Cologne, we moved from a past value of 94 millimeters in 24 hours up to 140 millimeters, so an increase of about 50%. In this case, we have huge damages up to 30-40 billion, according to the first estimations. In this case, the rainfall forecasts were very good, but not were well translated in the forecast about the expected damages, expected exceptional flood impacts. Okay, let's move to the Italian test case. The first one in the Marche region, central eastern Italy. In this case, in September 2022, intense rainfall events occurring in very local area, but in this case, the amount of rainfall were absolutely exceptional. We are talking about 384 millimeters in 6 hours, 11 fatalities in a very small area, but in this case, we are talking about a very complex rainfall dynamics, a V-shaped, as called by the expert, really not well captured by the numerical weather prediction and forecast model. As you can see in the slide, in the upper right, only the peak of the rainfall was estimated in the Tyrrhenian and not on the other part. So, in this case, warnings were not issued properly, and so all the proactive action for the community were completely missing. Let's move to the Ischia Island, Italy. Again, Italy, in this case, southern Italy, volcanic island, very well known for touristic attraction. In the area called Casamicciola, a landslide occurred in the last November 2022. In this case, forecast of rainfall was good. Also, the warnings, the alert system worked well, providing alarms in times. But in this case, human behavior, human perception were the missing element. For example, not adequate behavior, trying to preserve the cars, was inducing some victims in the area, but also informal settlements. It is important to say that this area was interested also in previous times by similar events and also other natural hazards. The same area was interested by an earthquake in 2017. Finally, a very recent events in Emilia-Romagna, May 2023, 3 exceptional rainfall events in only 17 days. In this case, we have 5 billions of cubic meters of rainfall over the region, 28 flooded rivers, 15 victims, 8 billion estimated damages, and 2,000 displaced people. So, In this case, again, as in the German test case, West Europe test case, we have well forecast about the rainfall, but were not translated in a proper estimation of the expected damages. Why? Because this type of perturbation, also the cascading impacts, were not well captured by the current generation of approach of methods to estimate damages and impacts. So we should take into account also that the area in the months before was affected by an intense drought dynamics. That's all more or less the brief interview about recent test cases.
Come back on stage just for a very brief wrap-up of these. We showed you, the pillars of the early warning systems, some examples of where early warning systems have been working quite well, not very well, for different reasons. Indeed, I want to give you as an initial input for what will unfold later in the performance, hopefully. The fact that somebody has been calling the chain of things that happen within early warning systems a warnings value chain. This is from WMO, from the iWeather project, from Brian Golding, publication in 2022. There is a series of mountains and valleys, and all these elements: observation, weather forecast, other forecast, impact forecast, warning, and decision, as well as the links between these elements, are extremely important for an effective warning system. As I said, this is an activity that we are doing within the project The Hut. If you want to know more about the project, you just go to our website. I want to stress, for instance, that one of the activities that will be happening in the next few months, one of our partners, the UCL Warning Research Center, will organize a conference, Creating Effective Warning for All. If you want, you can get the picture of the QR code, or you can go to their website, or you can go to our website. It's an interesting initiative if you are interested in this topic. But without further ado, I call on stage the chair of this session, Anke, that will tell us something about this interaction.
Thank you. So I keep it short to leave the floor to our performance or performers. This is a science-art connection. As already said, it's a collaboration between the European-funded project The Hut, the Human Tech Nexus, and the Full Circle Playback Theatre in Dublin. It's about getting your feedback or generically human behaviors around weather extremes and early warning systems. So thanks to be with us. And the floor is yours. I hope you enjoy this session.
Thank you, Lou. I'm just saying, if you filled the survey that I gave you at the beginning, Claudia can collect that. If you have it, you give it to her. Lou.
Thank you. I'm only going to speak here very shortly, because what I'm going to ask you to do in a few moments is all get up out of your seat and follow me to the back of the room. We are going to come back to your seats, so if you want to leave your seat, leave your bags, you can. But what we'd like to do is, first of all, take the cameras away, get more intimate, and I'm going to invite you to sit on the floor or stand, make yourself comfortable, and follow me, basically, and see what will happen when we put science and art together. So please, if you all like to get up, and while you're getting up, start noticing there's a couple of eyes, pairs of eyes, maybe smile at them, say hello, and find any space on the floor behind you.
The technicians to tell us that we are ready to go online. But at the same time, I would say maybe Guido, Anche, Claudia, we can start sitting. I guess, Lou, would you mind being here with us for the final closing remarks? We just make up a final panel session on the spot. We are online? Okay, thank you very much. So we are back. Thank you. I'm not sure how many people will be online, but anyway, we are back for the closing part of this session. Thank you for having participated. It was an experience for me as well, first time, so for all of us. So maybe to close this up, I would ask, first of all, to Claudia, to maybe, you can talk from there, If they gave me, yeah, they told me, yeah, that we can talk, there are the mics, we can talk from there, I stay here, you stay there. So
Sounds good.
you took the notes of what happened. What's your feedback then?
The first thing that I heard a lot was this idea of fragility and connections. And one thing that I keep a lot in mind that guides a lot of my work is warnings are as strong as their weakest link. And I think it's really important that we're always thinking about the connections between stakeholders, between vulnerabilities, between hazards, because sometimes we're very focused and very siloed in our specific part of the system, but if we're not thinking about the whole system as a whole, it's likely to fail as long as there's a weak part that is not holding or not connected with the rest. I think the second part is that there was a lot of talk about hazards becoming more complex, risks, cascading impacts. How do we forecast these things? How do we think across different time scales? And while it's very important that we get the information right and that there's union and that we're clear on what do we want to communicate, it's also very important that we know how to communicate it and create engagement. And I mean, my background is part of it is on science communication, and a lot of times we think, oh, I'll transmit the information, I'll tell the message, and people will respond, because that's what the information is saying. But it's much more than that. As you said, it's about trust in the information, it's about engaging with the information, it's about empathizing with the information. So I really liked that came in the session. And another thing I quite liked is this idea about actors making the decisions. It's not just you at the individual level, but sometimes the decisions are made for you by other actors in the system. And what's important with that is understanding not only what are the vulnerabilities in terms of scale, impacts, monetary impacts, victims, but it's also understanding what do the people who are most vulnerable to whatever we're trying to warn value. And I see that a lot in countries where the livestock is not within the warning systems information, and then the individuals don't evacuate because they don't want to leave their livestock behind. And that's the same thing with whatever all of us value and our personal needs. Are we thinking about, are people who are making the decisions thinking about us alone, or also us and what we value and what we need? And I guess the last one, it was just a bit like the dichotomy of what people were saying about not everyone has the same needs to feel prepared. And that's important to remember, because engagement with people is what makes them respond, and you need to understand what makes people feel safe or not in order to know whether your warning system is efficient in creating that action. And finally, just from this session, what I really liked it from the science and the art is appreciating and valuing different ways of thinking and seeing the world. That's what I will remember from this. I think that's the summary.
Thank you for the summary. That was a feedback, but was also personal view of what happened. I'm asking to anybody here in the panel, I don't know, Lou, Anke, or Guido, if you want to say something, and if you do want to say it, go ahead. And also, we have a mic for final comments also from the audience, not just raise your hand. We got feedback there in the back for 1 hour, but it was within the experience of the playback theater. Now it's also time to talk about whatever comes to mind to you. Anybody wants to start from the...
No, just from my part, it's a big thanks. What I see, you created really fascinating, intimate space and got out a deeper feedback. And this is, I feel this is a difference within the arts.
Thank you. We did a little powwow there in the back, and this was very new to us, although we work with people's stories all the time. And like I said in the beginning, it is so, for us, really important to reach people that normally don't use arts like us, or don't have access to it, or don't know what it is. And I suppose I'm still full of all these feelings and stories and images of all these personal people, and sitting with as a Dutch person living in Ireland, what a beautiful space I live in, and what a safe space I live in. And we always, within Playback Theatre, talk about this safe space, how to make people, you never know what their needs are, and we just have to feel it. And some are people, but you can't really measure feeling. And that's, I think, also from my other scientist background, it's really listening to these feelings and trusting these feelings. Because in the morning when you wake up and the alarm goes, your head is, your theories are out the window. You just go on what you feel. So this was very special for us, and we're really hoping that it will continue on, and where you have all these different voices coming together of all the layers, and even hearing somebody speak here, a gentleman from Uganda, and where they're talking about the activists speaking up, and they're being put in prison because they speak out. And wanting to speak to CEOs, and CEOs don't come to these kind of things. They don't want to hear, or they're busy with other things. So it's also this bridging of gaps between the higher levels and the lower levels. And we see that Playback has a potential to do that, because it strips away these labels. Because we all feel, and we all have instincts, and taking away those labels is what we like to do and see is important.
Thank you. Can I ask you, thinking about the experience that you said it's new to you, but it's not new in terms of what you're doing with Playback, is this special crowd, we are all attendees of a conference that is on climate adaptation, does it make a difference? Or did you feel a different crowd than other times?
Suppose we had our own assumptions of meeting a lot of heads. So, because it's very scientific, and so I suppose we were really beautifully surprised by how quickly people raised their hand and how they trusted us with their personal stories and sat next to us, and really went with us. And I think that is also to go with the flow of what's happening. And you beautifully did that. And I sensed every one of you was engaged with us and looked at us. And not everybody spoke, but I sensed everybody. And that's the beauty, because if we'd done it like this, and that's why we did it in the back, if you'd sat like this in the beginning and we would have done it on this stage, it would have been a completely different experience. So it's to also get the system of sitting and the system of conference and neatness out. So we are all sitting different, and then other things come. So we thank the audio and visual people as well for letting us do something different, and for you to go with that. Beautifully surprised with that. But of course, why wouldn't you? But
thank you for that, Lou. And any other comment from the audience on the experience, on your personal feelings? I know we've been talking there, but if you do have something to say. Yes, so the mic is coming.
thank you, Peter. See, now I know your name. You're all the way in the back.
Yeah, just a quick comment. I think these ability for empathy to be explored and tuned into is probably quite important at forums like this, because when you're really considering the material that's being presented, it's all really quite willing, and it is quite emotional, even though we're all quite rational, sort of can be quite hardened to get on with the job, but in the end run it is very emotional, and I think it's worthwhile exploring more often at forums like this. So makes us better and faster at getting on with things afterwards, in many cases. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for this comment, thanks. Any other comment?
I just want to say thank you for putting this session together. It's been a very different experience to some of the more traditional ones. It's been fabulous. And I really noticed at the end how much I'd shifted from my head down into my body. And it's just a completely different experience when you're sharing information like that, even if you're sharing quite similar information. So yeah, that was something I noticed at the end.
That's our
Thank
job
you.
done.
Thank you for this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to say that, this conference is also, we have many attendees that are actually following the conference online, but indeed what Lou was saying at the beginning, I also have this, I can tell you, at the beginning I couldn't quite understand up to the end why, streaming was disruptive or could have been a nuisance to the experience, but now I understand it. I mean, even we understood before yesterday what was going to happen, but indeed by having these now on stage, but the stage was in the back with, as you said, with the different setting, made a big difference. I understand that. So yeah, for those people that are online, unfortunately, we can organize, for sure we can organize, and then you said we will organize new activities that can be totally online and will create another sense of community online. But for today, this experience was for the people that are here. So I'm happy that you stayed up to the end. Any final comment from the panel? Because otherwise, pretty much our time is over. So if you have, or from the audience, any final comment? If not, I just really thank you very much. I thank you all. I thank Anke for having started all of these together with a person that you don't see here today, Jana Smetanova from GWPCE in Slovenia, because she couldn't be here. And I thank Lou and Playback, Full Circle Playback Theatre here in Dublin. Thank you very much for the experience, Guido, Claudia, and you all, I guess, for being here. The feedback that we are collecting from you, we will read what you wrote, and anyway, we'll keep in contact. If you are interested, we will continue with initiatives of Playback Theatre and others scientific art cooperation activities. Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you.
My name is Lisa Fingleton and I am the embedded artist with this project in Dingle, which is called Curcogoina in Vunaha, or a creative imagining. And I suppose the idea of the projects are to spark people's imagination about climate change. So it's about how can we work together to imagine a sustainable future for farmers here on the Dingle Peninsula that hopefully will be transferable to farmers elsewhere. So the project is funded by the Government of Ireland through Creative Ireland. And what's really nice about this project is that it's like a partnership. So we have MyRiad in Cork with Claire Watson. And Claire played a really important role in terms of evaluating and encouraging us to reflect the whole way through the project. We have the Dingle Hub, Deirdre de Valish, and then we have the Green Arts Initiative with Katrina Fallon. And so we were invited by Creative Ireland to create a 100-foot wall, as it turned out, at the National Ploughing Championship to ask farmers at the Ploughing Championship what they saw as the solutions for climate action and for protecting biodiversity. I always think with art, you can start with a blank canvas. And for me, art can actually enable people to be empowered and to go, well, actually, no, the world that we want to see is like this. And artists, we can draw it, we can make films about it, we can sing about it, and we can create it together. And I think that is the role of art, and that's what makes me really excited about this project. We're also here in the Dingle Peninsula, we have the Maharees, which is one of the most vulnerable areas in the country in terms of climate change, a Tombolo that's at sea level. So that's a huge concern, where you're farming and you're living in an area where the sea is actually coming in on all sides. A lot of these farmers are dealing with climate change every day. So when people say to me, farmers are not doing anything about climate change, I'm like, yes, they are, and they're living it, the reality of it, more than most people. One of the big things that's come out of this, and probably the thing that we didn't really anticipate, was the sense of community that was building through this project. Because we've had so many different events at this stage. We had a really cool event, Voices from the Field, in the Dingle Mart, because the Mart is a community space owned by farmers, so it was really important to do an event there. We had a fantastic event for the Dingle Food Festival called the Farmers Forum, which is an annual event, but we kind of hosted that this year. But I suppose what's been absolutely magical about it is that we started with 10 farmers. Now we have most of the partners involved, and we have a lot of the children involved. And that is just wonderful, because then it's intergenerational, and that is where the change really happens. But it's been extraordinary, the level of engagement. It's amazing. I think it's probably exceeded their expectations, and it certainly exceeded mine.
And that video was titled Bridging Between Research to Policy on Climate Adaptation, a Creative Dialogue with Farmers, which was produced in MyRiad in Cork. I come from a farming background myself. I grew up in County Cork in Ireland, and so I could really appreciate the challenges farmers and others face in adapting to the challenges of climate adaptation. And it's very nice to see places like the Dingle Peninsula in Kerry being featured in that. So ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to this final plenary opening session. It seems a long time ago since we opened formally ECCA 2023 yesterday. Since then, there have been around 70 plenary sessions. There have been workshops, side events, and exhibitions, and of course, plenty of networking activities over the last couple of days. I really hope you've got a lot out of those very valuable networking activities. And of course, we had the wonderful gala event at the Epic Centre last night, starting out with a tour of Irish emigration in the Epic Museum, very powerful exhibition there, and followed by dinner and that thrilling performance from the Prada Jig dancers. I've been practicing my Irish dancing for the last 12 hours, but I won't inflict that on you, but it was fantastic to see the energy from those dancers. And a big thanks to our ECCA2023 hosts for giving us such a wonderful event last night. So we had about 1,500 people watching online yesterday's opening plenary sessions, along with, of course, the hundreds of participants here at Dublin Castle. And we've had a very active social media active participation. ECCA2023 hashtag was in the top Twitter activities in Ireland yesterday. And ECCA itself had an additional 1,000 followers on its Twitter account, so that's fantastic. And I'm just going to take you through very, very quickly some of the highlights over the last 2 days. So we had, as I said, something like 70 parallel sessions that looked at a multiple of topics, from discussing tools for climate resilience and extreme events to exploring the potential of nature-based solutions in urban contexts. And there were sessions ranging from adaptation to climate change in a post-recovery Ukraine, to science and activism, and how better links can be created between scientists and activists to make both groups stronger. And this afternoon, the final set of parallel sessions included one on climate finance, another on the Creative Climate Action Programme in Ireland, and another on how to strengthen local resilience for pan-European policy making. There were workshops on, for example, effective climate communication and how to use storytelling techniques to bridge the gap between climate science and society, along with a creative workshop on imagining successful long-term management of sea level rise, heavy rains, and heat waves. Then, of course, we had multiple piazza activities, from how to use business games to enhance resilience to extreme weather events, to the Craft My Street project focusing on youth participation for climate adaptation solutions in Minecraft stage. Side events in the City Hall and the Royal Irish Academy included the launch of the WMO report on the state of the climate in Europe, exploring the outcome of the Nordic Climate Change Adaptation Conference, the final event of the 10 projects of the Access programme on cross-sectoral impact assessments, and a session on how climate extremes in Europe are changing and what the implications are for climate adaptation. And of course, we cannot forget the various exhibitions and performances, from posters, paintings, and actors to Githan Rubiard's sound installation and data visualization exhibition revealing the mechanisms of misinformation on global warming. So we have had a packed, fascinating, and hopefully fun 2 days. And now we come to the final closing session, and I think you'll find it will be equally as enjoyable. So let's begin, because we have, as always, a packed programme. And our first session this afternoon is What We See from Space, observing the Earth adaptation on the ground. I'd like to now welcome on stage the chair of this session, Dr. Frank McGovern, the Chief Climate Scientist with the Environmental Protection Agency in Ireland and chair of JPI Climate. And Frank's guest is Susanne Mecklenburg from the European Space Agency. Susanne and Frank, you're very welcome.
Well, Susanne, welcome to Dublin, and thanks for your presentation earlier this morning in the Piazza.
Thank you.
You're the head of the Climate Office for the European Space Agency, and I think we can say that Europe has been a leader in investing in space-based observations of the Earth and of our climate. It might be useful for the audience here for you to outline the scale of investment that's happened.
Yes, sure. Yes, as you said, I work for the European Space Agency. We have a very vibrant Earth observation program in ESA, and I think about 99% of what we're doing there is actually climate related, and that goes along the entire food chain, I would say, of providing climate relevant observations. So from the conception of, for example, the requirements that we need for the applications, for example, also that many people here in the room have shown over the last 2 to 3 days, but then also to the design and development of the space missions that we are putting into orbit, and when we're operating, and then we're delivering the data for the exploitation of those data in, for example, this audience here. But ESA is just one player in the whole European context, obviously, for space-related information about climate. We work very closely, of course, with the Commission. There's this huge European endeavor, the Copernicus program, which is a joint initiative between the EU, ESA, EUMETSAT as well. And these are the main players, I would say, in terms of space-related measurements in Europe. And this is multi-billion, the investment that we are having there. Sort of from ESA's side also, and from my background, to say that ESA has a climate office. We are located in the UK, and we're running a program called the Climate Change Initiative. And being an observation agency, let's say, we're coming more from the sort of physical evidence base rather than from the adaptation angle that you are here in this room are doing. This is why we're here, because we would like to promote actually the uptake of this huge European asset of satellite data in the adaptation community. And I've already seen today many applications that are actually based on space data, but I think we would like to enhance the uptake of space data even further, especially given that there's a multitude of really valuable measurements out there. I've already mentioned the Copernicus program. There's already a number of Sentinel missions or dedicated missions flying and providing data for everyday's applications, but all of these measurements are also relevant for climate. And there's a number of new missions coming in the future that will even expand that portfolio of space data that is available to you. And from what I've seen here, obviously adaptation is something that is very regional, local, quite different from, let's say, mitigation, which I think is more a global issue and sort of in a totally different scale, I would say. So I think that's maybe a message to take home also, to say that we need to think about the right scale of the space data that we are supplying. And I think this has already been taken on board in many ways in these new Copernicus missions that are coming. Just to mention maybe that we are looking at a mission called Land Surface Temperature Monitoring, LSTM. It's going to be launched towards the second half of this decade. And for many of the applications that I've seen here, going into agriculture, going into water resource management, going into management of hotspot urban heat management, I think this is just one example to say we're going in the right direction to see that. So that's really interesting to get that feedback as well.
No, and I know ESA did a lot of work on sea level rise as well, which is one of the topics we explored here, and ESA has been central to providing analysis of sea level rise.
Yeah.
And obviously that's a really important topic for an island nation like ourselves.
Of course, yes, no, and I mean, sea level rise is one of the, I guess, first and foremost known effects or impacts of a global warming, and the impact that has on, on many of our environments, and especially in sea level rise, I think there is a lot that can be exploited from space. Measurements that we're doing there with altimetry, for example, We have a very long series of sea level rise, so we know really a lot about A, the state, and B, also the trend. And that's important because the trend is that sea level rise, as many other impacts of global warming, are actually accelerating. And that's something that we need to take into account also when we think about combining observations and climate modeling, because climate modeling gives us the prediction and projection of what is going to happen over the next couple of decades. And this is where the perspective comes in for the adaptation community to know where we are going and how to prepare for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And obviously understanding the trend is one of the key first steps in understanding the adaptation issues that you're going to face. We heard from the WMO there on Monday about Europe is the most rapidly warming region in the world. And we heard from the IPCC that, we are also very vulnerable in many ways. How can ESA help us, I suppose, firstly in understanding the rate, why it's happening, and also, I suppose, the impacts of that warming for Europe?
Of course, there are different aspects. I mean, one is, of course, the provision of data, but I think this is a European endeavor in collaboration with the Commission, with EUMETSAT, and so on. From my own perspective, from the work that we're doing in the Climate Change Initiative, for example, many of the things that we're doing there, and we are addressing more than 25 climate indicators, so they're called essential climate variables. So they're really telling us what the state of the climate is and what the trend of the change of the climate is. Our remit in ESA is more on research and development and on pre-operation development. So we work very closely with our operational counterparts, like, for example, the Copernicus Climate Change Service, and I believe that Carlo Bontempo was here earlier this week. We really work very closely with all of the Copernicus services, meanwhile, to gather their R&D requirements to help them create operational data sets that then can actually be used for many of the adaptation measures, but also for a monitoring measure. Satellite data, tell us essentially right now everything about warming and the impact that might have, but they can also help us to mitigate the effect in the short run. So, for example, if you have a very WMO said that the last 8 years were the hottest for a long time. So, that basically means that the extremes that are related to this, like heat waves, droughts, etc., you can predict if you have long-term series and climate averages that you can then compare to the momentary state of our planet, and that also gives you a predictive tool and a monitoring tool to address the impact, like, for example, with that LSTM mission in the future.
And I just going back to where you said at the start that people should use these data more, and linking the Earth, the space-based observation with the in-situ measurements that we have, it allows us so much more power in terms of looking at the spatial and temporal resolution. And obviously here in Ireland we have a lot of investments in in-situ observation, so I think there's great opportunity for Ireland, I guess, to work more closely with you in using your data.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Happy to say that Ireland is now part of the Climate Change Initiative as of the last subscription, which is great. And we are looking forward to the expertise here from Ireland as well. Maybe also to say that there's a multitude of data to be taken up that we would like to put out there in the community. And I think adaptation is becoming more and more important, because if you think about the synthesis report from IPCC that just came out, it re-emphasized where we stand. And there's one graph in there which I showed this morning as well, which compares the concentration of CO2 in the atmosphere and how it would actually decrease with a scenario of limiting global warming to 2 or 1.5 degrees centigrade. And then it compares it to what all the states that have signed up for the Paris Agreement have at the moment put forward in their what they call nationally determined contributions. So it's basically to say a country says we want to be net zero by 2050, and these are the measures that we will implement until then. And if you accumulate all the measures that we know from the states that have to report this year, in the first year of the global stocktake, then we actually have a net increase. So this is a very negative message to us, and it sort of emphasizes that mitigation is very important, but I think adaptation is becoming more and more important, because we will have to think about irreversible developments that are probably foreseeable.
Yeah, indeed, and obviously the EPA here in Ireland does our national inventory, and we are very keen to use space-based data and the in situ observation inverse modelling to help us verify and validate the data that we are producing, because obviously having robust data is really important, and having that robust data that we can say is comparable to data from around the world, I think that gives us a real strength, and I think that's something that ESA can help us work on.
Again, space can very much help with this one. One of these new missions that are going to come along from the Copernicus expansion missions is a mission called CO2M. As the name said, it measures CO2, and mainly from, let's say, human activity. And this is a mission that will give us a global snapshot of where we stand with CO2 emissions in the future. And that's important. But what we're also doing at the moment already is that we're working with national entities like, for example, yourselves, to understand the differences in method and result in between the bottom-up approach that most of the countries obviously now are doing for the global stocktake. So basically they know what industry they have, and then they apply a particular statistical model, for example, and then they arrive at a particular estimation of CO2 emissions. What we like to introduce more is the use of space data and inverse modeling to have a more global view of this one. And of course, we are not the inventor of this one. Other people have done that before in different aspects. There is a lot of international, European expertise around. The Commission is doing quite a lot of work with ECMWF on this one. And so, there is definitely a lot of R&D and methods to be developed to make it a bit more of a, let's say, a global view. I think an independent global view.
Yeah, and just talking to the community here, if you were to point them to any data sets that ESA have, or how best can they access those?
In particular, the ESA data sets you can see from our website. So you go to the ESA Climate Offer website. It's very easy, climate.esa.int. And you will find the open data portal there, and you can use the data that are available there. Also would like to point you, of course, to the ones from the Copernicus Climate Change Service. It's the Climate Data Store, CDS, where you can find a number of really interesting data there. And that there will be probably also more results and data sets being available. I think last week or the week before, I can't remember now, the adaptation mission from the Commission was also being launched. And again, I think all the different efforts from all the major players in Europe are currently coming together, and that's great to see.
That's absolutely is great to see. I just want to check on the time here. One final question. Yeah, let's go back to the adaptation issue. So obviously your data are there, but a lot of that needs interpretation for the non-specialist user.
Yeah.
And in Ireland, at least, it's Enterprise Ireland that are looking at our representatives with the European Space Agency. So do you see opportunities for the private sector or some elements of the private sector to work with these data and help?
Definitely, yeah, definitely. I mean, as I said, we are a climate observation delivering agency, so we are coming more from the physical evidence and mitigation.
Yeah.
But having said that, with our new climate initiative, or the extension of climate change initiative, we also want to move more into the policy area. So, one of the major focus of our new extension is of course on the Paris Agreement, including adaptation. So from ESA's perspective, we would like to put more R&D and pre-operational development effort into developing adaptation projects on the basis of the data that we have. And we're probably going to focus on two particular topics at the beginning. One is health, and the other one is biodiversity and ecosystems. Also, biodiversity, sort of more interested also for C3S. And that's something where later this year we will start with expert meetings. We will work with our colleagues also from the Commission on this one. I think we need to be making really sure that we are complementary and synergistic with many of our things. That's important. And from that onwards, I think we will have a number of pilot projects to sort of really see what the value of these data could be from our sort of R&D perspective. So yes, watch the space announcements to come.
Indeed, watch space watching us and watch the space. So no, I think there's a lot of opportunities there, and I really think that it's great that the European Space Agency want to work with policymakers, want to work with practitioners in enabling us to manage risks, become more resilient, and I think that's really great. So thank you very much, Susanne. It's been a pleasure talking to you.
Thank you for inviting me.
And I thank you for coming here.
Thank you.
So we'll round of applause to
Thank you very much, Susanna and Frank. So now over the last 2 days, of course, as I was referring to earlier, we had many parallel sessions, and some of them highlighting and discussing the science of climate change and the enormous knowledge gained by experts and people in the field. But how can you connect that extensive knowledge gained from science and translate it to policy and actions? And what can climate advisory councils do in that regard? Well, that's the theme of our next session. I'd like to welcome our two participants for that. Mary Donnelly, the chairperson of the Irish Climate Change Advisory Council, and Suraje Dessai from the European Scientific Advisory Body for Climate Change. You're both very welcome. Yeah, you sit there, Mary. Suraje, you sit there. If you need water, we've got emergency supplies there. Okay, let me start with you, Mary. You're the chairperson of the Irish Climate Change Advisory Council. How can the council help to realise climate adaptation, we'll say for starters, in Ireland?
Well, so firstly, thank you for inviting the council to have a say in this concept. I think the council has a number of roles in this respect. There has been a lot of discussion here over the 2 days about the relative balance between mitigation and adaptation. And, sometimes people see it as two sides of a coin, or worse, two extremes on a spectrum. In actual fact, I think the role of the council is to bring them together, to raise awareness about the importance of action in the area of mitigation, certainly, but also to sensitise both politicians and indeed the public to the necessity to adapt, to be resilient to climate change. I think out of certainly Monday afternoon's presentation from WMO, the conclusion I drew was the climate has changed. We're not talking about a future possibility. It is real, it is here, it is today, and it took great effort to put on the floods of yesterday to make the point and make it clear to everybody. So the importance of bringing together both mitigation and adaptation is absolutely crucial, and the role of the council is to, one, interact with the research that's going on and support the research that's out there, but also to take that research and to put it in a way that can be brought forward to government in terms of government actions, government policy, government support and initiatives, but also communicate to the public, hopefully, in a way that they can understand what are the issues, what are the concerns, and in many cases, what can they do? Because, and this I think, is an interesting dichotomy that's starting to emerge. Mitigation, to some extent, can be a very broad brush, can be at national European level. Frequently, adaptation has to take place on the ground. And of course, each locality will have different challenges in terms of adaptation. So it's absolutely essential that we have the knowledge, the information, the tools and the techniques that will be available at a local level so that local actors and people can benefit from those tools and techniques.
So let's talk about the challenges then, Mary, because you're absolutely right. the news from the WMO, even though there was some good news, I think, in terms of potential opportunities for renewable energy, but I mean, that dramatic headline that Frank referred to about Europe and climate change now, very, very dramatic. So we need to adapt. We know that. Actually, Emer Cotter from the Environmental Protection Agency on the first day said, I think adaptation, it has to happen now. There is no other possibility. So what are the challenges when it comes to actions on adaptation in Ireland?
So I think one of the first issues is awareness raising. I don't think that within a policy context, adaptation is really sufficiently sensitized or indeed even understood. I think a second issue is, and this is always the case of course, we actually need a budget for adaptation. This is going to cost money, and we need to start identifying budget streams that we can use to take the adaptation action now. Part of the problem is that the actions we need to take now are preventative actions for something that might not actually happen for 10 or later years. But if you don't take the action now, it will be too late, 10 or 20 years. So this is a real dilemma in terms of trying to get money out of any Department of Finance, as you can imagine. So I think the role of the Council is very important in highlighting the necessity of having a budget for adaptation. And I think the third area then that really is essential is that we have enough knowledge, which coming from the research community, but also applied knowledge that can be implemented and supported not just with national government and local government, but also with community groups. Because frequently, when we see some of the really successful nature-based solutions, it's local communities that are doing it. And they're doing it in their own interest, and that's a very good solution.
And just in terms of budgets for what? I mean, are there obvious things now that would require a budget, that should require a budget?
Well, the first budget you need, of course, is to identify what needs to be done. But we already know that if I take Ireland, we're an island, we're surrounded by water, our sea is warming, our sea level is raising, 40% of the population in Ireland live within 5 kilometres of the sea. We have 4 of our major cities that are at risk going forward. We're not going to be able to produce a solution to that overnight. So we need to plan now for how we're going to deal with sea level rises and coastal erosion. That's one very clear one.
One obvious one.
Yes.
Okay. I'll go back to you for another question or two, Mary, but I want to go to you, Suraje. You're very, very welcome. Suraje had a nightmare getting here, he told me earlier, arrived at about 2 o'clock in the morning. So congratulations on making it here. Could you start off by telling us a little bit more about what is the European Scientific Advisory Body for Climate Change?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the invitation. So we're a relatively new body. We started about 15 months ago, and we were created by the European Climate Law of 2021. And we are 15 of us. There's actually another colleague here, Elena Lopez-Gunn, somewhere in the audience. It's a bit too bright, I can't spot you. But there's a couple of us here. And we're 15 experts that are supported by a secretariat that's based at the European Environment Agency. And we're providing independent scientific advice to the European Union on its policies across the board from mitigation to adaptation. So up to now, we've particularly focused on things that have been put on our to-do list. So for example, we looked at a particular piece of regulation called 10E that looks at trans networks of energy, for example, where we recommended that we need to incorporate climate change into the planning of those trans member states energy networks, for example. And one of the key flagship reports that we were involved this year is really the advice for the EU target of 2040. So that was just published, for example, on Thursday, where we're recommending, for example, that the EU goes for something between 90 to 95% emission reductions by 2040 compared to 1990 levels. And this taking into account, fairness, what's the EU fair share globally, but also, what's feasible as well. So that hopefully gives you a bit of an idea of what we've been up to. We're new kids on the block compared to the Irish Council. We've just started, and of course, we need to build up our staff and our capability. But one of the things we are definitely doing, which is of course super relevant for this conference, is we're scoping out the work on adaptation. So this autumn we'll be scoping out, what are we going to do in this space, particularly probably looking around progress, measuring adaptation progress, across the European Union, so that we can best support the EU in building resilience to a changing climate.
Okay, now you're Professor of Climate Change Adaptation at the University of Leeds, and we've heard a lot about the science, the research, the knowledge that's out there. But from your point of view, what kind of science do you think is really critical for advisory boards, whether it's your advisory boards or Mary's one or the other ones that exist out there?
So, we were just both in a very good event that the Irish Council just put a session just now looking at metrics and how to assess progress. So I think monitoring, the ability to monitor progress in terms of outcomes, but also policies, is going to be very, very important. And I think you mentioned applied research. I think a lot of it is very much about developing applied research that's trying to answer policy questions. And a really critical one is are we making progress? Is there a gap, for example, between being, having a climate resilient Europe by 2050, what do we need to do to achieve that? So I think having the tools in our toolbox to be able to measure this is going to be very important. So that's a huge, I think, research challenge for many people here, and I hope the community will be able to answer that one. Another one that I'll mention very briefly is just this one about the advice we just gave on decarbonisation. So for example, that report that came out on Thursday talks about 3 different pathways. So there's clearly lots of different ways of reaching net zero by 2050 in Europe, but also then this other target of 2040. And there's quite a lot of literature on this, on the mitigation side, on how to reach net zero. And I think we now need to develop a much more integrated view. And this, again, came out a little bit in the IPCC 6th assessment report, another piece of jargon, climate resilient pathways. So the idea is really to bring in how do we both mitigate and adapt. And I think that's definitely a huge challenge to the research community. How do you, you've got these models that try to bring in the society, energy, environment, known as integrated assessment models. They do a really good job at trying to look at greenhouse gas emissions and a lot of other things, but they haven't done probably enough to look at, what is the resilience of these different pathways in terms of what would Europe look like? And I think that's a huge scientific challenge that we need to try to embrace, and it'll enable us to really bring together both mitigation and adaptations. It's a real opportunity as well.
Okay, and back to you, Mary. You mentioned the importance of local communities. We've been hearing how important that is. But what's the best way, do you think, to ensure that the practice on the ground, the implementation of the laws, the regulations, the stuff that's going to come down the road in terms of climate adaptation, is both informed by science and then local knowledge?
Well, I think that's really where you put the framework in place as to how you are going to deal with climate change, climate adaptation, and indeed even mitigation. Part of the challenge is to ensure that the research that is going on, not just in Ireland obviously, but elsewhere, that we can use that research in a way that structures the policy framework. And the policy framework then would lead to things like legislation, it would lead to things like a budget, and it would lead, most importantly, to the resources to actually implement the policy. And this, for me, is one of the real connections that we need to have. That, we can, here in Dublin, for example, talk about things and whatever, but, there are problems happening in Tralee over the weekend where the storm damage and the flood happened in the town. So we need to have a mechanism that takes, the science, the framework, the structure, and can apply it at the local level. And that means you need to have the resources and the knowledge at the local level that can respond to it. And part of that process, of course, means that you have to give sufficient space for planning. And by that I mean, I don't just mean planning for construction, I mean planning in terms of understanding what is the climate risk coming down the track, and how can you apply that climate risk then in your own space. You know, if you're on a mountaintop, the challenge that you'll face will be very different to if you're in the valley at the end of the mountaintop, or if you do have a large river, you don't have a large river. So the planning has to come down to the detailed level, and that's the key issue in terms of translating the research, the policy framework, the funding, but ultimately the action into something that is applicable to make the locality resilient and the population safe.
Okay, thank you for that, Mary. Just very finally to you, Suraje, and briefly, if you wouldn't mind. And I'm going to use very sort of scientific-y ways of saying this, because what climate resilient development pathways, we hear that kind of the wording quite a lot, but from your point of view, what climate resilient development pathways do we need?
So I think the IPCC nicely spells out that, you know, we have, for example, two choices. We can go to a world where we are, you know, low on greenhouse gas emissions, you know, climate resilient, low on inequality, and you know, that's sort of a very good pathway to take. But if we don't make the right choices, and there's a small window of opportunity to take those choices, we can, you know, end up being in a high emissions world with low resilience, high inequality. And so I think, you know, the choice is ours. Clearly, you know, us, politicians, practitioners, needs to make those choices now. And I think that climate resilient development pathway approach enables us to start chart that territory and kind of to say, you know, we want this type of world, you know, this is the vision of where we want to go. And I think that's what we need to do. And it's across scales. It's at the European Union level. And of course, there's the climate law, there's the adaptation strategy, but then this trickles down all the way. And we've just been talking about local. So it goes down to member states, and then it'll go down all the way to communities. So this is going to have to happen across many different scales, which is also really important.
Well, thank you so much for your time, for taking the effort to come here, Suraje and Mary. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed.
So, as you know, of course, ECCA2023 concentrated on 6 key themes. And now we're going to hear from the theme leaders of this year's ECCA, who will deliver a very brief synopsis of the theme they were following. So I'm going to name the theme and then the person. So the 6 theme leaders, if you can just join me in a line here, and then I will ask each one of you to come to the podium to deliver your brief synopsis. So the first theme was stepping up climate action, support through climate platforms and services, and to talk about that is Jörg Korteker. The second one, and Jörg, maybe first theme leader here and then follow out like that. The second theme was adaptation responses to sea level rise and coastal change. And to talk about that is Gundula Winter. Third theme, nature-based solutions for climate change adaptation. Talking on that is Rita Sousa Silva. Our fourth theme was preparing for more frequent and severe climate extremes. And I'd like to welcome Marta Terrado to talk about that. And then the fifth one was reframing societal transformation by challenging underlying assumptions. To talk on that, we have Maria Fernanda Rollo. And then the sixth and final theme was climate and social resilience of future energy infrastructure. And we have Mark Ellis-Jones to give a brief synopsis as well on that. So Jörg, talking about the first one, you can take the floor here.
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction. I'm not sure so here you can see the 5 or 6 themes, and I'm happy to present the synopsis on behalf also of my colleagues Maria Wolf and Roger Street, who did the actual work, I would say. So the key messages for stepping up climate actions, support through climate platforms and services. And here you can see the 7 sessions that actually belong to this theme over the past 2 days are so adaptation is not optional, meaning, and we just heard it, that it is definitely needed to adapt to the expected impacts of climate change in the future. And I think since the last ECCA in person that we had in Lisbon 2019, there has been really considerable progress in developing new services and platforms, but also improving the already existing services and platforms. But there are still some gaps that we need to bridge, and we need to be faster in our actions. So to address these gaps between science and practice, we have the tools available, but as we know, the uptake needs to be a little bit more faster so that we can really come into the implementation on the ground. And this brings us to the second point, the mobilization, and that was already mentioned yesterday. I know having the best tools available is, they are not worth anything if they are not applied and used really in the everyday work, and that brings us to the mobilization of people, because people need to act, and this mobilization is urgently needed also in relation to the European missions that were mentioned, which really aim at empowering local and regional communities. The third point is the communities of practice, so that we really bring these acting people on the local level together to support the sharing of experience, so to support mutual learning, the sharing of good or best practices, but also the learning from failure. So that is probably also something that should be promoted. And in this sense, I think, and we heard some inspiring examples this morning in the session on who does what. So these kind of platforms can really support these activities and actions on the local level. So the conclusions maybe, and that is the last point here on the slide, and we heard that also already yesterday. We are in a decade of decisions, so there's no reason not to start acting, and we need to be faster, we need to be smarter, we need to be sometimes already almost a little bit braver, and in the end we need to some extent accept that probably not everything that we do will pay off in the end.
Okay, thank you very much, Jörg. You can take a seat. Thank you. Gundula? I should count it, just 2 minutes. 2 minutes each.
Okay, thank you. So on the theme adaptation to sea level rise and coastal change, we also had a number of very interesting, engaging sessions. And what became clear on the topic of sea level rise, we are already committed to sea level rise at current warming levels, and it will increase in the future, and that requires a long-term perspective. Case studies have shown that currently people are accepting and supporting of traditional measures, very supportive of nature-based solutions. There's institutional capacity to implement those, and people are used to hold the line. But maybe not these options are not all and everywhere viable for generations to come. So are we having a fair and transparent discussion on transformative adaptation already? That's already including relocation. And relocation can be both an adaptation option if it is planned well, but it can also result in loss and damage if it's happening unplanned. And examples of relocation around the world showed that this is an adaptation measure that's not to be romanticized. It's hard to do, but it can be successful if the approach to relocation and transformative adaptation is people-centered. And that brings me to the next common thread across all the sessions. It's being people-centered approaches. This was shown in examples on coastal erosion adaptation measures in the Mediterranean, which were local, as Mari also pointed out in the panel, and community-based. And people-centered is also very important in adaptation pathways development. Pathways are not a mere technical sequence of adaptation options, but they're a people-centered process to come up in more resilient, with more resilient communities. And important in the community engagement is that it needs to be realistic and early. And what does it take for people to be engaged? It needs accessible information and transparent information. And the Knowledge Hub on Sea Level Rise, which is a joint initiative of JPI Oceans and JPI Climate, presented itself as a forum to compile and to share information on sea level rise, the physics, the impacts, and adaptation options. And this transparent information should be the basis for equitable and fair decision-making, another common thread across all the sessions under the sea level rise theme. And it's also a topic of growing importance. Who pays for and who benefits from coastal adaptation investments? And how do we ensure that spending or unavoidable losses are distributed fairly across different societal groups? And what does fair even mean? Equal outcomes, equal resources, or do we focus on already socially vulnerable groups?
I'm going to have to ask you to summarize it.
That was my last point.
Brilliant.
So there's still a lot of questions on the last point, but also a topic of growing importance.
Okay, Gondola, thank you very much. You have 2 minutes.
I'm going to run.
Rita, thank you.
Yes, I'm going to run. So I'm going to talk about nature-based solutions, and I will start with the different sessions that we have, and also the keywords so that you can follow what I'm going to say. So nature-based solutions, as the Commission says, are solutions that are inspired and supported by nature. And they provide environmental, social, and economic benefits. And they help build resilience, which is what we need. So we had 6 sessions that remind us how that is very, very urgent action. And also the critical role of transdisciplinary collaboration. So we need to engage different actors, stakeholders, policymakers, communities. And then this collaboration is really needed to design and co-create actionable knowledge and implement evidence-based solutions. This should happen across scales, and our collective efforts should translate into actions that have an impact and guarantee a sustainable future. And I will finish with a quote from this morning by a student that put it like this: science isn't finished until it's communicated. That's our job.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Rita. Marta, 2 minutes.
Okay. So our topic was on preparing for more frequent and severe climate extremes. And I have had the pleasure to run it together with Tiago Capella and Carolina Vieira. And we have discussed about many topics, but here we have, so I will follow the order here. So first, the importance of compound and cascading events that will also be more frequent, and we need to be prepared for that, even prepare for events that are happening outside of Europe, in remote hotspots, but that are also affecting citizens here. Then a lot of success stories have been shared about how we adapt to extreme events, and particularly to heat and cold events in cities. And we have seen lots of solutions ranging from nature-based solutions to adapt better the planning strategies, and so we can reduce the risk for those sectors of the population that are more vulnerable. Then this is nowadays, because climate change is already changing, but when we look at future plausible worlds and under different degrees of warming, we find that storylines and narratives are very useful tools also to see how the world would look like. We have heard a lot about different tools, toolboxes for adaptation, each of them focusing on different threats. But in the end, out from the discussions, we saw that perhaps we need something more integrated, and that's why practitioners are not uptaking these tools. So we should look for a more transformative tools then that take into account the relevance, the utility, and the interoperability. Social protection schemes have also been mentioned, and these include concepts like social justice, considering economic incentives, also considering adaptation measures for disaster recovery, and so on. And that's it. I would like also to thank all the speakers and the contributors to this theme on extremes.
Thank you very much, Marta. Thank you. And Maria.
So, hi. Thank you. So as a first idea, we stressed the importance of being aware that many of us have been raised and educated with a certain worldview that places people and nature on different levels, and this historical heritage continues to influence our behavior and our thinking. Even without conflict, we have been accustomed over centuries to think of a nature at the service of man, convinced of the superiority of man in taming nature, despite the successive demonstrations of this impossibility. We cannot think of this relationship without summoning the religious dimensions and role of advancement of science. It often acts in opposite direction, it's true, and in other cases in conciliation. So this philosophical dimension of the problem is added naturally to the perception of the passage of time, history, the understanding of historicity of realities, and namely the awareness of the accumulated effects on the relationship of man with nature. To this understanding, we also discussed that must be added the deepening, of course, of knowledge provided by the various contributions of the various scientific areas, namely the life sciences, including the characterization of the diversity of the territories and communities that inhabited them. As we know, there has been insistence on the performance of national public policies and on international or multilateral articulations, and very positive positions and actions on the part of many other public and private actors are growing, namely business. And of course the role and the contribution of NGOs and a multitude of non-profit associations must be also stressed. Overall, sustainability and freedom need to be reconciled with the awareness that sustainability is a condition for autonomy. We must take this into account when we talk about national or multilateral solutions and policies and strategies. So they must consider not only the global dimension of the environment and biodiversity crisis, but also the relative positions in terms of resources, wealth, justice, access to technology, and knowledge, realizing that all countries are part of a whole and influence it. We need not only cooperation, we need collaboration, but we need also solidarity, humanitarianism, and complicity. We are all different, we have different heritages and cultures, but we are all equal as human beings and part of the planet we inhabit. So in this sense, it is necessary to combine diversity and uniqueness. As a background, the contribution of science is, of course, of greatest relevance. But along with all this, the idea has been accentuated that in order to sustain, or rather to contain the impacts of climate change, it is imperative to change behaviors, betting with great expectation on literacy and education and, of course, the behavior of communities. We know that the narrative associated with raising awareness about climate change and biodiversity loss are crucial and need to be revised. We also know that a discourse that calls for a return to an idealized world that places man in nature and nature in an absolutely idyllic environment has limits. So in today's world, between our daily lives, the technological circumstances, the expectations of the youngest, and the knowledge of the oldest, it is necessary to find a point of a balance to adopt a realistic discourse that consensualizes, respects, and involves the communities, recognizing the specificity of their territories. We cannot impose a narrative of returning to an imaginary world that never really existed. So we want to imagine an alternative future to what we are experiencing in terms of climate crisis without forgetting other major issues affecting humanity, namely war and political extremism. Ultimately, we all stand for a fair society with more equality, seeking to pursue an agenda of happiness and well-being. We need public policies, we need science, we need public engagement, we need communities, participation, generosity, solidarity, but we also need imagination and creativity. Okay. So social scientists and artists are needed, and they must be encouraged to think with us in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you do 2 minutes?
So the last theme was on future energy infrastructure. These were the sessions, but actually it was a theme that came up in all kinds of sessions across the conference. So my key messages from this theme for ECCA in 2023 is that the net zero transition, including our future energy systems, is a huge opportunity for adaptation and social resilience. The next few decades will see unprecedented global investment in infrastructure and placemaking. Net zero will attract the trillions in innovation funding, and adaptation must be integrated into those investments, making it fit for the future. Hardwiring adaptation into regulation and local planning will help drive that integration. Embedding adaptation into environmental permitting, into standards, into corporate disclosure regimes is breaking new ground in the field of adaptation action. It has a huge potential. So in summary, ensuring we build a resilient net zero future, bridging the adaptation and the mitigation agendas was a really strong message that came out of ECCA 2023. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Okay, great. I didn't realize 2 minutes had such a broad kind of range. So anyway, that's interesting. So our next topic is transdisciplinarity, a prerequisite to solutions. So as a journalist, when we see themes like this, we go, oh my God, what does that mean in English? And to explain a little bit more about that now, I'd like to welcome Wolfgang Pfefferkorn from CIPRA International. And CIPRA stands for the Commission Internationale pour la Protection des Alpes. Wolfgang is also a JPI Climate Advisory Board co-chair. He's an expert in regional planning and conflict management, and in his work with CIPRA, Wolfgang tries to bring together researchers and practitioners in different topics and contexts. You're very welcome. Can you explain what is transdisciplinarity and why is it important?
Well, just to make it very simple, I would say transdisciplinarity is is scientists working with non-scientists. And those non-scientists are people from policy making, people from administration, people from cities, from regions, from enterprises, from schools, from NGOs, citizens. So the scientific world and the non-scientific world interacting. And I think we heard in many of the sessions of these 2 days that research has to reach out for them. I mean, this is nothing new, but I think the pressure on doing so becomes even more urgent and has never been more important than today.
And I actually dropped in on one of your panels. You were sort of a co-chair of one of the youth panels actually this morning, and there were some very interesting points being made about the relationship between scientists and, in this case, climate activists. For example, one person talked about the challenges scientists face in maybe collaborating or cooperating with activists in case their careers could be damaged. But can you tell me a little bit more from your own experience, Wolfgang, about those relationships between scientists and, you know, whether they're climate activists or citizens from other disciplines?
Yeah, maybe one first experience I had 1 year ago. I had the pleasure to be one of the facilitators of the Austrian Climate Citizens Council, where 100 people were randomly selected and worked out jointly agreed recommendations to the Austrian government. And they were supported by a team of 10 to 15 researchers, also by 15 facilitators, by a specific team for communication and another team for logistics. So quite a powerful setting, I would say. And they came up after 8 months and 6 long weekends they spent together with very profound and far-reaching recommendations. And I would like to tell a very short story about the 4th weekend in spring 2022, where we invited the members, the political parties of the Austrian parliament. And the citizens wanted to share their preliminary results coming out of their work. And there were hard talks, and I was facilitating one of the tables. At the end of this conversation, which was really not very comfortable, especially for the politician, the person said that their energy in parliament work is totally absorbed by the hick-hack and the small wars between the political parties. This is what they are acting mostly. They don't have the time and the energy to care about solving the big problems because they are stuck in their small garden, I would say. And for the people, for the citizens, this was a shocking experience. I think it became, for them, I would say it became very clear that these are not the people we can count on. They are not part of the solution, they are part of the problem. And I think this was really a discouraging experience, but also a very important experience for the citizens, that they have learned that they have to take the things in their own hand. So this was also what I took from there. Don't wait to be invited. Invite yourselves and get the things done. And this is what they did. They founded an association, 50 of them, so nearly half of them, and they added other people. And now they are assessing what has been doing with their 90 recommendations they gave to the government.
But if they're all squabbling with one another in government and between the political parties, how is anything being done then?
Well, that's what we observed, that not enough is done. I think that we can state that. If we see what's going on, I think we can say that for me, it's something, as a conflict manager, I would say it's something like a cold conflict. Cold conflicts, as long as they are not made hot, so we have to make them hot in order that things happen. And this is maybe the second experience what I would like to come to.
Yeah, between scientists and climate activists.
Exactly.
Which was very much discussed this morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
2 weeks ago, I heard a radio broadcast sitting at the breakfast table with my wife, and there was Thomas Steurer talking, a political scientist on Boku University in Vienna. He's actually focusing on an interesting topic, individual and collective excuses and defense mechanisms against the climate crisis. And he said after 20 years of research, he tried to, or he is sure that he has to change his approach, not as a scientist, but mainly as a citizen and especially as a father. Because he said in 20 or 30 years, my grandchildren will ask me, what have you been doing as a scientist to avoid the climate collapse? And then he said, I do not want to tell them that I wrote nice articles and that I attended interesting conferences. He is very much focusing on collaborating with the activists. He goes out on the streets with the activists. Many of you maybe know the Scientists for Future and other groups of professionals for future. And I think, especially in a moment where the activists that fix themselves on the streets are criminalized, especially by countries or governments where right-wing parties or conservative parties are dominating. This is something where the activists need your support as scientists. And,
but on that point, though, what about the fears, and that was expressed during your session, that if scientists' support go out into the streets or seen to be actively collaborating with the activists, it'll damage their careers. I mean, there was talk about posters being abstracts, you know, being pulled. They wouldn't get career promotions.
Yeah, it's maybe not everybody's business to go out to the street, but I think you have a wide range of options also as a scientist to engage. So you can support, as I said, the activists with your knowledge, with your input, with media work. You can participate in mass demonstrations. You can help those who go to court and bring in lawsuits against governments with your knowledge and your expertise. For sure, civil resistance is another topic, and also I think an economic boycott of things that you do not support. And in this context, I think it's very interesting that if we talk about this footprint topic, footprint means reducing, restricting. It's somehow negative connotated, and it's very much focused on the individual. And whereas the concept of the handprint that maybe some of you have been heard about, coming from India, interestingly, is very much putting the focus on the role of people getting engaged with their neighbors, with their citizens, with their local communities, enhancing societal action. And this is something where you can say this is collective, it's not individual, it's increasing. It is spreading out, and I think for communication it would be a much better incentive or argument than focusing too much on the footprint. And maybe as a takeaway from this conference, I would like to invite you to enhance and raise your handprint until the next ECCA in 2025, and then we could tell each other interesting stories about our handprint.
Okay,
that
very
could be
good.
Interesting. Yeah.
Okay, that's your final conclusion takeaway from the conference?
One more sentence I would like to say, and I have often repeated it. I think we have to change the rules how science is made. I think the research programs such like Horizon or also JPI climate research, we should change the rules in a way that research consortia are forced to use and to bring in stakeholders and citizens into the research projects as partners who receive money. Because if we don't do so, at the end, we are all struggling how to bring our results to the citizens. Bring the citizens to the projects and share your money with them. Yeah.
From the get-go, really, from the start.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Change the rules.
Change the rules. Wolfgang, thank you very much for that. Thank you. So our next session is called NACA, ECCA, One World. Now, NOCA stands for the Nordic Conference on Climate Change Adaptation. I mentioned it a little bit earlier. There was a session on it over the last day or so. And because ECCA2023 just took place in April this year. And we are just about to finish the ECCA2023 conference, but there will be another climate adaptation conference taking place this year, and that's the Adaptation Futures 23 conference, and it's going to take place in Montreal in October. So our next two guests are going to tell us about both events. I'd now like to welcome on stage to talk about NOCA, Anna Hulda Olasdottir, and forgive me if I'm butchering your name. Anna is the director of the Icelandic Climate Service and Adaptation Centre, which leads the National Knowledge Network for Climate Change Adaptation. And Anna is a steering committee member for the National Adaptation Plan, and she's also an organiser of NOCA23. And Alain Bourque is a well-known applied climatologist in Canada. Alain is the executive director of Oranos. Maybe you'll give the correct pronunciation, Alain, of that. Is that okay? That's an NGO based in Canada. It's advancing adaptation at a regional scale. And Alain is the lead for the Adaptation Futures 23 conference. You're both very, yes, I know it's like a sea of black, isn't it, when you're up here?
Lights.
You're both very welcome. Is it NOCA or?
NOCA, yes.
NOCA, okay, okay, very good. It just took place in April 23. Anna, can you tell us a little bit about some of the main takeaway messages from the conference?
Yes, and we actually synthesized a policy brief, and it was published just a few days ago, where we synthesized the outputs from the NOCA conference, published by the Nordic Council of Ministers, so it's available online on their webpage. And the main takeaway messages are collaboration between the local and national governments. That's crucial for climate adaptation. Municipalities, they implement adaptation responses, while national governments provide support through finance and legislation. And then there's the national governments, they must ensure the robust data and research support adaptation responses and allocate resources for climate risk monitoring. And to update planning laws and regulations, that was one of the points that came out, is crucial for a comprehensive master planning approach addressing climate change adaptation also in the social setting and service delivery. Then engaging the local community, so in decision-making, that improves the understanding and selection of solutions and also just the consensus, because it's often a costly measure, and assessing and addressing the transboundary climate risks that requires collaboration between the local and the national government. And finally, the Nordic countries, they can accelerate climate adaptation by establishing information sharing platform for sharing learnings, case studies, and so on.
Okay, it sounds that your outcomes, were there more outcomes you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, I'll maybe come to that later, I don't know.
Okay, it sounds like the outcomes you're referring to, particularly this issue about engagement of local communities, is universal. We've been hearing it time and time again, and it's come through even in just the last part of this session. So when it comes to then, we'll say, local and national authorities converging, what happens then in that convergence and ensuring that local communities are involved?
So they converge through the implementation of adaptation measures. So the national governments need to support the local authorities in managing adaptation through coordination and implementation and the review process. They also converge through the ways of funding adaptation actions. The national government must allocate adequate funding for the adaptation measures, also through the clarification of responsibility and stakeholder engagement. So the national governments must coordinate responsibilities and involve stakeholders and also ensure a just transition for adaptation. And then lastly, through the planning laws and regulations that I came a little bit, touched a little bit up on before, the national government must adapt planning laws and regulations to climate adaptation, balancing the long-term effect and land use, coastal planning, and adapting to changing scenarios.
But it sounds like your local authorities have a lot of power, actually, in that the national authorities have to really work with them. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I'll stay there because I would like to come back to you if we have time for a couple of more questions. But Alain, you're very welcome. Some people in the room are probably aware of the Adaptation Futures Conference 2023, which I said is taking place in Montreal in October. You're very involved in its organisation. Big conference. Can you tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so Adaptation Future is kind of the international version of this conference in many ways. I guess more formally, what I should say is that it is the UN Environment Programme and the World Adaptation Science Programme Conference on Adaptation. The first one was in 2010 in Australia, and then it went in the US, Brazil, Rotterdam in 2016, Cape Town in 2018. It was supposed to be in India in April 2020. You know, it didn't happen, so it ended up being full virtual. And so this time, so it's the 7th edition in Montreal in Canada. We're quite excited. So our organization is the lead organization, but as Frank and Petra knows, you have to have partners to do that, lots of collaboration. So we have a steering committee international with Anne Amil from IISD, and we have a very dynamic scientific committee. I think what happened is that there are many IPCC lead authors on the scientific committee, and they got engaged just after the end of the IPCC report. So they were so happy to be over with the IPCC report that they really contributed and wanted to move forward. So I think they help us in a very nice way. Now, the other thing that's interesting about Adaptation Future, I think, and you will see this maybe a bit further, well, on that slide with the teams, is that we have a strong component on indigenous contribution to adaptation. So there's indigenous representation on all of the committees within the Adaptation Future.
What do you mean exactly by indigenous in that context?
Well, indigenous from all over the world. So, I mean, in Canada right now, the reconciliation with indigenous people with respect to their land that we invaded in many ways is very strong. So I think it is one of the potential Canadian contribution to the world to recognize a little bit more significantly the role and the perspective of Indigenous on better adapting, because they've been close to the land forever, for a very long time, and they actually understood quite a lot of things about the impacts of climate change that we are still trying to figure out with the science. So I think that's a good added value that we'll have during the conference.
Tell us a little bit more, Alain, about the target audience. Who's it supposed to be addressed to? Who's likely to attend?
So practitioners, scientists, policymakers, we actually want to have the big mix, you know, of all of those relevant people, a bit like here. Indigenous are going to be there. Actually, we know there's already over 100 registered Indigenous people during the conference, so I think that's going to be very dynamic. We're planning to receive over 1,500 people in Montreal during the event, and plus online. Because I think, I mean, out of COVID, I think we learned that we can do stuff virtually. We need to reduce greenhouse gases, so we need to stop moving all around with respect to that. So we're trying a few things. You know, there's a research project associated to this. And so I've talked to a few people in the room that have told me that they probably won't come because their abstract was rejected. And you just have to understand that we received 3 times more than we actually could accept. So we did have to make very difficult decisions. There's some organization that proposed 5 abstracts. So I mean, we took 1 or 2 and tried to give the opportunities to as many different groups as possible to actually participate within the event. So that's the target audience, well, I see the teams there, but I think you're going to ask me a question about the teams.
Well, you mean, well, I was going to ask you about how we could get more information about it, actually.
Yeah, so there is a QR code that you can go there and you will see the full program. So there will be 17 parallel sessions. So people are gonna, it's gonna be a bit challenging with respect to competition. But I think there's so many issues around adaptation: agriculture, coastal erosion, indigenous, adaptation finance. There's gonna be one room dedicated to Latin America and Caribbean, one room dedicated to Africa. We have an association with the African Academy of Science. They are a partner with us. Same thing with Latin America. We have the Avina Foundation, which is big on resilience and adaptation in Latin America and the Caribbean. That's going to be there. There's going to be 6 out of the 17 sessions that are going to be hybrid. We're going to have 3 of the 17 sessions that are only going to be special format session, the more dynamic and the more funny sessions, fish bowls and how do they call them, the workshops and various formats, which are kind of more original to make co-construction, co-design of activities or project, etc. So we want to try to also contribute to be innovative in the way that we do international conference.
Okay, sounds like a fantastic.
Oh, by the way, I forgot one thing. The detailed program is out since yesterday. I asked my staff to do the maximum work possible.
On the website then, is it?
Yes, website,
okay,
the full
so
detailed program is now.
Adaptation Futures 20. I already looked it up, so there's plenty of information on there. Just finally, before we go, Anna, back to you. Again, let's go back to this local involvement, getting the communities to successfully adapt to climate change transitions. From your perspective, from an Icelandic point of view, what's the best way to do that?
Well, I think that awareness must be raised. Local authorities, they play a crucial role in climate change adaptation by implementing national plans and raising awareness. There are roles and responsibilities that must be assigned to assure the accountability. Local authorities also must implement adaptation measures through that to ensure research-based strategies and policies. And with transparent engagement that must be in place. That's very important, that the local businesses, communities and stakeholders, they are crucial for successful adaptation responses. And communication that inform and encourage people to work together is a key element. So the local authorities must consider this long-term impacts also. So yeah.
Okay, lots of great stuff there. Anna, Alain, thank you very much. Best of luck with your conference, Alain. Well done on yours. I leave you there. You can remove yourselves and you're free to go. Thank you very much. So yesterday here in the plenary session, you remember, we had a great session on youth engagement and how best to do that. And now to say a few brief words on that topic again and broader, I'd like to welcome one of the guests who participated in that session. Elon Carter-Stritch is a youth leader from Ireland, and Elon is going to give a brief overview on how all the things we know about climate adaptation can serve future generations. Elon, over to you.
Thank you. Hello again. So the subject of this piece is how can this all serve future generations? So as we're coming to the end of ECCA 2023, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you to somebody. So this is Harvey. Harvey is 12 years old. He's my brother. He likes normal 12-year-old activities like drawing and going outdoors and winding me up. Like many children, Harvey could not go to school during the COVID-19 pandemic, and we had to find other activities. Unfortunately for Harvey, he has a very uncool older sister who makes him do homework and read books. Harvey has always liked the pictures in National Geographic magazines that I have, and so during lockdown I let him choose a children's version for us to read together. He had the choice of lots of cool things like robots and airplanes, and because he's the sweetest child in the world, he chose the one about butterflies. Monarch butterflies are visually striking with their large orange wings. They live in North, Central and South America, as well as Australia, some Pacific Islands, India and Western Europe. Every year, the monarch butterflies migrate from Mexico to Canada. A passage I've lifted from Harvey's magazine comes under the heading of "It Takes the Whole Family." It says, each year, the monarch's migration takes several generations. 3 or 4 generations complete the trip north, but only 1 generation makes the return trip south. That means if you started the journey, your great-great-grandchildren would finish it. We are living in a world which we inherited from our parents and our parents' parents before, and so on. Young people aged under 30 make up over 50% of the world's population, a world which is suffering from increased temperature, sea level rises, and more frequent catastrophic weather events. Young people are left with questions that generations which came before us didn't have to think twice about, or at least didn't have to think about in the context of a changing climate. What jobs will there be for us in a changing economy and world? How long will we have reliable food sources? Will we be safe and protected? And a question mark about the future of if it will be safe to plan our futures and have our own children and grandchildren if what we are experiencing now is only expected to get worse. Harvey is a part of a drama and acting group, and he recently wrote and starred in his own play for their end-of-term variety show where he played David Attenborough and acted out a scene where he condemned plastic pollution in the ocean. Harvey is 12, and I have to reflect on how young he is to be so concerned about climate change. Harvey is not an outlier in this, with ECCA-UNESCO's 2022 Climate Justice Survey in Ireland finding that 97% of survey respondents ranging from under 6 years old to 25-year-olds stated that they are concerned about climate change. 47% of the same respondents said that they feel like no one listens to these concerns. When we go to conferences like this, we can sometimes forget the smaller picture, that what we are talking about concerns real individual lives, and that is who we advocate for. The world becomes politically divided over a plethora of issues, and the individual, our next door neighbours, the shopkeeper down the road, the bartender in your local, our young people, all suffer the consequences of our slow climate action. As my final words in this conference, I would like to thank you all for your great work you do, and to remind you going forward that this issue is intergenerational and it takes the whole family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Go on. It takes a whole family. That's a fabulous encapsulation of, what this conference is about. Thank you very much, Elon. And we're coming towards the end. We are going to have a beautiful piece of music after the next piece, so do please stay with us. But now to announce where the next ECCA is going to take place in 2025, and to give some closing remarks, I'd like to invite again on stage Frank McGovern. Frank.
Okay, it's been great. We've had a great conference here. I just want to remind us, though, that today is the solstice, and obviously these key turning points for our planet. In a way, understanding those is what got us here today, because over 5,000 years ago, just north of here, our predecessors built stone structures to understand the changing seasons and the climate and the weather. And I think there's a direct line of sight between those and similar monuments throughout the world to where we are today. So really, I just want to thank you all for being here. We've had 3 great days. Thanks to all the speakers, presenters, and those who actively engage with them and engage with each other. The range of topics and activities has been magnificent. We clearly missed the opportunities for such engagement on a person-to-person basis for some time, and we do get energy from doing that, from sharing knowledge and sharing insights. Personally, it was great to see so many familiar faces again and to meet so many new people. I won't get into too much details, but I think there's a key takeaway message that we can use. Some of you will know that Ireland is famous for a dark beer, and historically that beer had a slogan that it was good for you. For obvious reasons, that slogan is not used today, but I can think that we can use that slogan ourselves. We can say climate action is good for you, and not only that, climate action is good for everybody. So I think that can be a key takeaway message from Dublin, and thanks to our famous brewer. Now, I have 3 things to do. First, I want to thank our sponsors, obviously my own agency, the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency, the European Space Agency, Dublin City Council, the CAROs, the Government of Ireland, and the European Commission. I want to thank Brian and Jean and their teams for all their great work and in the lead up to ECCA and here in Dublin Castle. This amazing conference did not happen by accident. I want to thank some really very special people, my JPI Climate colleagues, Petra, Julia, Maya, Michael and Kanika, and not to forget Alex, who left us earlier on this year. Thanks for all your amazing work. And also thanks to all the members of the steering committee, all the organisers, the team leads. It was a major effort, but it really worked magnificently, so thank you all. Finally, the big reveal. Now, I wish to announce that ECCA 2025 will take place in Italy. So, Julia, please come on stage. I pass you the
Thank you,
baton.
Frank. Indeed, it's a huge, huge legacy, absolutely. So thank you very much. And let me, as coordinator of Magica, let me thank all the Magica partners. They did a great job, and of course, a special thanks to UCC, EPA, and Bellspo. So thank you very much. And yes, I feel already the big responsibility to live up to this great, beautiful, fantastic ECCA. So, I really look forward to welcoming you all in Italy, and let's be prepared with our handprint in 2 years' time. So, yes, thank you very much. And let's see you in 2025.
See you in 2025. Great. This is okay.
Okay. We'll go to the right okay.
You're done? Great. Okay. Thank you very much, Frank. Congratulations, Julia. Look forward to seeing you in Italy in 2025. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're near the very end of ECCA 2023, but we have a beautiful surprise for you because we have a very special performance. It's a choral work called We Catch Our Breath. It was composed by Nora Constance Walsh, and it was commissioned by the European Climate Change Adaptation Conference 2023. So now, please welcome, once the chairs. Will I wait for the big welcome until you take the chairs away? Yeah, okay, we'll wait for 2 moments. What's the thing about the handprint anyway? Are we, what? Oh, do you want to say something? The youth leaders, is it? Okay. Come on, the youth leaders, the Ireland and Italy. Okay.
What we want to say as well is youth has played a really important role in this conference, and it's great that that is happening because really we depend on youth to act. So it's delighted to have Ilan back here and
Aurora Audino, Youth for Climate Champion in Italy.
Well, thank you all. We are very excited to having ECCA 2025 in Italy. Italian youth are very active. They are really willing to bring their idea forward. So we really look forward to working together for a successful ECCA 2025.
Okay, so to perform our beautiful piece of music, I'll just remind you again, it's called We Catch Our Breath. It was composed by Nora Constance Walsh, commissioned by ECCA 2023. And to perform it now, this beautiful piece of music, I'd like to welcome the Melotonics Choir. Melotonics Choir. My goodness, this is impressive. Wow. How many of you are here all together? Okay. Over to you. Hi.
Good evening, folks.
Hear me okay? Yes. Lovely, thank you. I'd like to say thank you, first of all, to the European Climate Change Adaptation Conference for commissioning me to write this work. It's a great privilege to be asked to be involved in an event that is so significant and so important as this. And also thank you for inviting the Melatonic's Choir to perform the work for you. I know that I speak for all our members when I say that this is a topic that is very close to our hearts. So we're delighted to express our solidarity through the medium of song. The work is a setting of a poem, At Three Castles Head We Catch Our Breath, by Moya Cannon. And in the work, her text is interspersed with calls to action, taken from a speech, The Challenge of the Climate Crisis, by Mary Robinson, which was delivered at the World Library and Information Congress last year. So first of all, I'd like to thank the poet Moya Cannon and former Irish President and leader of the Elders, Mary Robinson, for permission to use their texts in this work. Their words are most inspiring, and I'm very grateful. I came across Moya Cannon's poem, a most evocative poem, earlier this year, and what drew me to it particularly was it's a celebration of and a reflection on our planet, on nature, and on a particular spot on the southwest coast of Ireland, Three Castles Head. And it's expressed in such beautifully descriptive and musical language. I also liked that it had a commentary on the lengths of time involved in the evolution of our planet, from the cosmic accident that started it all off, the mountain ranges that have come and gone, and our very recent presence here. So then Mary Robinson's words interrupt this reflection. They kind of bring us out of our reverie, if you like, and challenge us to protect and preserve our planet. And so the main messages that we're looking to convey here are, faced with the majesty of the works of nature, we catch our breath. And faced with the challenges of climate change, we're just trying to catch our breath. We hope you enjoy.
Why are people not talking?
Why are people not talking about something that matters to them so much?
Why are people not talking?
Why are people not talking about something that matters to them so much?
So much. A flat 40 slab of cliff, salt and shimmered above, then slants far below into a young ocean.
attempt to challenge you. We are in a world of different crises, the worst of which is climate crisis. It is in our hands, our responsibility, the importance of a just transition. Nature, our greatest friend, nature, our greatest friend. Floods, droughts, wildfires, fossil fuel addiction, extreme storms, extinction of a species. We all need to step up. Resilience is what we need. We have to bring hope into our world.
What a beautiful piece. We Catch Our Breath, composed by Nora Constance Walsh and performed by the Mellotonics Choir. So the time has come to say goodbye. Before we do that, though, on behalf of the ECCA 2023 hosts, I'd like to thank all of the partners in the ECCA Task Force in Magica, who all helped in putting this event together. So I'd like to invite you all on stage now for a big family photograph. The organising team, the advisory committee and the board, please come up on stage for the family photo. It's been a pleasure moderating this wonderful conference. I wish you all the best of luck and endeavours with your wonderful efforts to adapt to the ravages of climate change. Safe travel home. Thank you very much.